Alrighty. I am here and accounted for. Let me hello to anybody that may be out there. Hi, welcome back. Now then, I'm gonna switch on over and I'm going to start the game shortly. Now, whatchamacallit, let's see here. Now, let me catch you up to speed on what went down yesterday, on what happened on yesterday's case on Turnabout Airlines. So there's an international smuggling ring had its site set its sights on the Aleph Red statue. They had one of their members, Cammy Neal, help fake a document stating that the statue had been loaded onto the flight at Virginia. In reality, the statue was already smuggled off. Interpol suspected something was going on and sent one of their agents, Acby Hicks, to investigate. Agent Hicks went to an exhibition of the statue and took a picture of it as a reference. He also booked the flight on which the businessman who owns the statue, Zinc LeBlanc, was on. Franziska von Karma was also notified to travel back to America to meet up with Hicks when he arrived. A while after the plane took off and started cruising, Hicks decided to check out the cargo hold. He went down to the first floor using the elevator, passing by an annoyed LeBlanc, waiting for his in-flight movie at the wrong time. Meeting Cammy, he asked her to take him to the cargo hold. Using the entrance from the flight attendant's room, they entered the cargo hold atop the stairs. There, Hicks got a clear view of the cargo hold, finding that the olive red statue was nowhere to be seen and started taking pictures with his phone camera. Being a member of the smuggling ring and panicking over the realization that she could be arrested once Interpol started investigating the missing statue, Cammy pushed Hicks over the railing and to the ground, several feet below, killing him instantly and shattering his glasses, as well as his phone's LCD screens. Realizing what she had done, Cammy knew that she had to pin the crime on someone else. First, she cleaned the blood from the fall using the Borginian cloth, knowing that it would be unloaded during the Zhang Fa revealing. Then, she took the victim's phone, knowing that it contained incriminating evidence about the smuggling, but couldn't erase it due to the broken screens. Remembering that her colleague, Rhoda Tanero, buys a suitcase from the shop on every flight, she used one of the suitcases in the cargo hold to move the body. She planned to exchange it with the suitcase Rhoda brought to divert suspicion onto her, but the body was too heavy to be carried up the staircase. Thus, she went back to the flight attendant's room, stole Tanero's elevator key card, and planted Agent Hicks's phone in her locker. Back at the cargo hold, she moved the suitcase and the body into the elevator. Her plan was going well until a patch of turbulence struck. The turbulence knocked the body out of the suitcase, scattering the victim's belongings everywhere. Miles Edgeworth had also fainted from the turbulence. M- mo- fr- Miles Edgeworth had also fainted from the turbulence moments after Tanero brought her suitcase for the flight. Cammy knew she didn't have any time left to clean up the mess, but she had discovered a new target to pin the crime on. She planted the victim's travel wallet on an unconscious Edgeworth to give him a motive and took the piggy bank that fell out of its shelf during the turbulence, striking Hicks's body over the head to create a fake murder weapon, then made a hasty retreat. Sometime later, Edgeworth woke up, discovered the wallet and the body, and was mistakenly accused for the murder by Tanero. And Edgeworth was cleared of all. He cleared his name and he solved that whole case. Cammy has been arrested and is being brought to the precinct. Tanero thanks Edgeworth and gave him a suitcase. Franziska's already booking her departure, though Edgeworth intercepts her before she boards. Franziska's off to track down leads about the smuggling ring in another country, though she does state that she's working with another Interpol agent. He's very popular among Interpol and has the highest arrest rate of all investigators. She says that Edgeworth might meet him someday. Perhaps we will. A cell phone rings. The other person on the line is a man called Ernest Amano, whom Edgeworth recognizes. The uh, Amano asks him to help him rescue his son, who has been kidnapped. Another case is in our hands. All right, then. And with that, we're going to start it up shortly. Right after I touch up on another piece of trivia about Cammy Meal. So originally, when aggravated, Meal's long hair was to turn into a large, intimidating form, similar to that of the ghost of Dahlia Hawthorne. Sketches show that the plush toy she carries as being a teddy bear, and in some designs, and in a rabbit in others. Humorously, during her breakdown animation, it is possible to see her Captain Ugo doll holding its hat, Willis being flung around in her arms. Meal holds the dubious honor of being the only character who is both an investigative partner and the true culprit in the case. She's also the only partner character that purposely tries to misread the main character's investigation for their own ends. However, she's not considered a partner by gameplay, as she does not follow Miles around, and there is no partner button. And then her sleep snot bubbles might make more sense in the game's original Japanese release, or to those familiar with Japanese media. So a bubble of snot from one nostril that inflates and deflates in sync with a character's breathing or snoring, and that pops when the character awakens, is often used in Japanese media in the same way why that zzz is used in Western media. Yanni Yogi is another character that produces sleep bubbles, notably also using them as a front to make himself appear harmless. And for anybody that ever played Chrono Trigger, for example, another example, the old man in the end of time, he has a little snot bubble when he's sleeping, and it pops when you wake him up. All right, and with that, I'm gonna start the game. Okay, all right, and hang on, everybody. Before I start things up, I'm gonna I'm gonna start it up now. But I'm gonna start it up and gonna be right back shortly. I won't be long. All right. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Good. Ready. Got my controller. Yeah, I like using the controller for this game, and I'm presumably gonna like it as well. Cause yeah, I just like moving Edgeworth around. I just have memories of the DS. All right. Ah, yes, that was a previous case. Used to be iFly Airlines, but then they switched it to GoU. All right. And here goes. The Kidnapped Turnabout. Episode 3, The Kidnapped Turnabout. March 13th, 10:11 a.m. Mysterious location. It's time. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be following your every move. Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup. You can count on me, sir. I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return, I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case, and that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop off? Let's see, I checked that the money is all there, safe inside the suitcase. Okay, hold on. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars. Good to hear. I'll make sure you don't lose sight of me. Count on you for backup. Count on me, sir. Alright. Let's see. I checked that the money is all there, safe inside the suitcase. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper, which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place, after all. Oh, look. Welcome to Gatewater Land. Oh, thank you. And a big hello to you. I'm the Proto Badger. Nice to meet you. Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested. Aw, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. Hello? Who are you? You're not Ernest Romano. It sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth. Are you a cop? No, I'm a prosecutor. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me. I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium. So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me this one time. Oh, Edgeworth speaking. Next, come to the haunted house. And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for? That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I suppose not. I've arrived. Go inside. Oh no. Hmm. Humph, what a dismal place. That's it. Go through those doors. Am I being watched from somewhere? Leave the money and go. Now. No. I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now, and not push it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. Hmm. Oh god. Oh no. Look out, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, no, the proto badger. Clunk. Ah, it was a trap. Yep, it was a trap. I remember playing this part after midnight. I think it was like 3 or 4 in the morning for me the first time, and I remember being freaked out. I'm sure there was a lot of people out there that had a similar experience as mine, maybe in a different time. All right, March 13th, 11:23 a.m. No location. That guy betrayed. No, can't be. Then the deal. Who is that? And what are they talking about? Split police. All right. In front of meet up. I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Oh no. Edgeworth captured again. Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano group. But aside from what? But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, has been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. Mwah! Ha ha ha! Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? And how dare you laugh at a gentleman's plate? Oh, oh boy. Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way. I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger. Uh, I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness in the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatakarasu. Great thief. And did she really just claim to be the Yatakarasu? Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay, okay? Good. Glad that's settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you would be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and ice glary on me, you know? This rope goes through here, and there you go. What's a relief? I owe you my thanks. It's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. Alright. Dick Gumshoe, homicide detective at the local precinct in charge of the initial investigation. Ernest Amano, benefactor when I studied abroad in Germany. Director of the Amano Group. Lance Amano, son of Ernest Amano, victim of the kidnapping. I knew him when he was a child. Kay Faraday, self-purported great thief. She suddenly appeared, but why is she stalking me? Stadium, haunted house, Wild Wild West, main gate. Don't surprise me like that. I can't believe you're just shoving things in my face. I mean, aren't there more pressing things you'd rather ask little old me? She has a point. I should probably find out more about my mysterious savior first. Alright. Great thief. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the part I have a tough time believing. Hello there, Chuckman. Congratulations on Demon's Crest, by the way. I knew that you can do it. Listen, I was just trying to give you an ever so gentle shove. Because I knew deep down that, look, I don't mind if you know, play how you should play your game, and it's fine. It's just, I know trust me, man, I knew it. You were getting so much closer and closer and better. It's just, I wanted you to succeed and, do it the quote-unquote right way, because you're much better than that clown. That clown that wears that pirate hat. I swear, it's like someone like him, I mean, I'm still glad that he did it, but that leaves us with Fabio still. Fabio has no excuse now. But whatever. No, in all seriousness, good job on Demon's Crest and showing that Head Buddy mini game who's boss. So, let me catch you up to speed. What happened so far? We're still in the beginning. So, Edgeworth, Um, he had instructions to leave money um in a haunted house, and then he got ambushed by the proto badger from behind. He took a prop sword and hit Edgeworth in the back of the head. Edgeworth himself got taken hostage, prisoner. And this is Kay Faraday. She claims to be the great thief, the Yatagarasu, and she just helped out Edgeworth just now. And yeah, Edgeworth left the ransom money in trying to save Ernest's son, because he is also like, that's the main plot. That's not the part I have a tough time believing. I am the real genuine Yatagarasu, you know. Yup, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? What? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. Yatagarasu. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you are the Yatagarasu? The. Yup. The most righteous of the righteous, the legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently. So I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet, as the second Yatagarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. But don't worry, I got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it! There's just no reasoning with a prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing, and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing. And what would that be? But that's going to have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there is one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So, you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor. Ah, I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Aha, now I remember. How can you remember something I just told you? Well, she sure is cheery. Alright, then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here. She seems to be familiar with Miles. It would seem that we are locked in front the other side. What? No way! I don't hear you! La la la! Kay, you do remember where you came in from, right? It looks like that might be our only way out of this room. Whoop! Slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. Begin investigation. Alright. So now we gotta look for dings and dings. Flavor text is still the same. Alright. Oh look, it's... What is this? Looks like the Bad Badger, and it's looking as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a two-piece, huh? The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? Bad Badger's hat data jotted down in my organizer. Bad Badger's head. Costume separate into head and body. This head was left in the isolation room. Alright. They're holding a blue badger photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's not just a blue badger, it's his whole family too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Take a picture of every member of the badger family and receive a prize. There's only one of each of the four family members wandering throughout the park. Best of luck. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? You can't do that. That's cheating. There's only one of each badger in the park, so you had to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there was one sitting against a wall in the haunted house. Seriously? But somehow, I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You had to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. Badger Photo Rally. Data jotted down by organizer. Badger Photo Rally. There's only one of each badger in the park. Try to get the whole badger family. Okay. Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's a pink badger costume. Pink badger? You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you better study up on the whole badger clan with this. What is this thing? Proto Badger, the very first badger, Blue Badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. Pink Badger, note your unique pink bow. Bad Badger, vile criminal. With a think of it as a Bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan. Whatever. I suppose I could keep it as a reference guide or something. Blue Badger Bible data, jotted down by an organizer. Blue Badger Bible. Book detailing info on the whole Badger family. A vile criminal forgotten. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes. It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. Costumes. It seems that the costumes of the Badger family are kept in the isolation room. But aren't these badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater Group owes the police from all those cases they solved. They have all the power of the state, and they used it to make a theme park. It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double-looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy from just the thought of such a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. A vile criminal with a gun. Oh, I see something. We'll check that in a moment. Why did they have to put the window so high up anyway? How is a thief supposed to make her daring escape? I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. Haha, that's pretty clever. You make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. Let's see. I wonder if I could jump and grab the top of the locker here. Man, why did they have to make such ginormous lockers anyway? Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we need some sort of foothold. Lockers. If we can get to the top, then we can escape. If only there were some footholds. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we could paint help in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, could see these giant letters? We're inside a building. Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was about and call the cops. Actually, that might that may not be a great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? And then let's check the... isn't this my phone? It looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. Ah, but we do have a way, right here. Ah, there was a cell phone here this whole time? If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? I'm so worried. I was so worried, sir. I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all. I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you. Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now. You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta... Ah! What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? Oh, hold on. Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? Ji Long Lang of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you. So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's on a local or a global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Lang Z says, the pack that runs together stays together. The pack that runs together stays together. I like that quote. I will be collecting these Lang Z sayings, by the way, for myself. You catch my drift? You cause quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation, then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch a kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you, eventually. You. What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way! It doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Through logic. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we're sure to find a way out. A kidnapping. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. After that, they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought to the 1 million. Well, if we went into the next room, let's see what we can find out through the slot. Alright. Look, it's the blue badger. I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. My nemesis. What in the? Why is she beating it up? He's got the word badge right in his name. That's that nothing but bad news for someone like me. And to think he's out there wandering around this park. I better be careful, or he's going to arrest me by the power of his name alone. I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger, Kay? Ha! I can't believe you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think that there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it. I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. And the Bad Badger was first seen on what's his face shirt, Walkie Kataki from Ace Attorney, from Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. This is that Blue Badger I met at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off of the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? Yes. I suppose this is the Pink Badger. But since it has the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female? But since it has the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female? You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and her lips are red. See? Lipstick. What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon, or is that too obvious? And hello to you. Master Remaster. Alright. And now I continue. Let's see. We'll look for that key. Just at the beginning of the case. And what have we here? Ah! Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. Tiny key. I may be able to open something somewhere in this room with this key. You don't say. The something is what is relevant to my interest. Alright. We got that. So yeah, Edgeworth got kidnapped. Not kidnapped, but he got captured by the thief. Not the thief. Yeah, so in the beginning, Edgeworth, he brought the ransom money to where the what the kidnapper demanded the ransom money to be left in the haunted house. So Edgeworth went in, and then he got ambushed by the Proto Badger from behind with a prop sword. And then Kay Faraday comes in. She's the great thief Yatagarasu. She came in from the window and untied Edgeworth, but they're both trapped down here. Okay. This is the beam I was tied to. What's up? I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over to and out the window if we climb this. Good thinking. And if it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me. Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, Kay, and good luck. Count on it. The great thief Yatagarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Oh. Here I go! As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing. The beam I was tied to. There was a hook on this beam, but it's not enough of a foothold to climb out with. What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. Ha ha ha. Alright. Let's go talk to her again. Alright. Can't talk to her about any of this stuff yet. Alright. Ji Long Lang, an Interpol agent. He's in charge of this kidnapping case for some odd reason. Well, hold on. Let me see one more thing. Hey, don't you think getting out of here is more important right now? You can ask me about that later. I suppose she's right. Oh, okay, that was the other flavor text. This badge design is set to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes with the authority vested in us as strict prosecutors of the law and executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. Oh. So, I used to like watching a lot of pro wrestling. I just can't sit down for 2 to 3 hours anymore to watch, a whole show or pay-per-views for that matter. However, I still care about following it. I still follow it. You know what I like to do? I just like to I just skip past like all the fluff, you know, promos I don't really care about, matches that I'm not really like too into, certain characters. I like to just look up clips. I still follow it. I still like to follow all kinds of pro wrestling, still. That's how I do it nowadays. I just like, you know, like if there's any cool spots, I'll check them out, you know? And, yeah, that's about it, really. I still follow it. I just follow it in my own way. Oh yeah, Punk versus Kevin Owens. Yeah. Eh. They're alright. Ah. Yeah. It's fine. Executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frost and blazing summer days. To wear it is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of its owner on the back. Numbers, as if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Alright, that's the same text from the past few cases. Alright. We have checked every single thing in this room. We have talked to Kay. Oh wait, I didn't check the door yet. Oh, we can peer into the room the kidnappers were in from there. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Okay, I'm not done yet of investigating. Hey, look, steel chairs. Teehee. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean that I could probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I'm doing fine. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. Is that what I think it is? It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome. They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves. No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. Open floor panel. The panel is held in place by a hook. The entrance to an underground room, perhaps. I think this building was originally built with a basement or underground area. Alright. There is a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold a propped up floor panel in place. Which reminds me, did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth? Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint to how we'll get out of here. Yep. Alright, we're good now. Okay, now I believe we've checked everything now. Which means... Hold on. Let me talk to her again. Okay, good. And now it is time to use the power of logic. Alright. So, the beam I was tied to with the open floor panel. There is a hook on this beam, but it's not enough of a foothold to climb out with. Open floor panel. The panel is held in place by a hook. The entrance to an underground room, perhaps. This hook on this beam. You know, I already tried, and there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible. Ha! I was about to suggest that again, rather that it's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As you saw the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we could open as well. Oh, I get it. We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was being hidden by this tarp. Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now this is what I call a treasure. Alright. Let's check the door. Or the floor door. Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. Alright. This thing is locked down tight. Underground entrance. We might be able to escape through here, but the door is locked. Alright. Aw, fiddlesticks. Now then, let us check the underground entrance. The door is locked, huh? Tiny key. I believe you're up, Kay. Huh? Why me? Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Oh, gotcha. Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom will be much more satisfying right about now. All right, I got the secret door open, and now... Ah! Wait! Wah! Ah! Are you alright, Kay? I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all. Thank goodness. She's alright. I about had a coronary. There's a lot of really large machinery down here. What about an exit? Um, it's really dark and cramped down here, so I really doubt there's an exit. I can't believe that happened. You have only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know. No, wait, I mean, how was I supposed to know that the ladder is removable? Underground ladder. It looks as though it could be easily removed, but is it really safe to use? Shucks. Now then, I finally got the door to the underground area open. Okay, I just want to confirm with you, but there wasn't an exit down there. Yeah, it was really cramped, and there was a lot of really large machinery. I see. Are you hurt at all? I'm perfectly fine. I was just a little surprised when the ladder suddenly slipped out from underneath. I wonder if this ladder could be put to some use. Alright, and now the power of logic. Lockers. And underground ladder. If we can get to the top, then we can escape. If only there were some footholds. It looks as though it could be easily removed, but is it really safe to use? Let's find out. I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay. Oh, so how are we going to bust out? It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. The underground ladder? What about it? This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see if we use this. Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Well, then what are we waiting for? Investigation complete. All right, now we can get out of here. Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage, and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. Ah, snap. March 13th, 12:11 p.m. Wild Wild West area. All right. Oh, look at the kitty. There's a cat to the left. It looks like it stopped raining for now. Yeah, and thank goodness you have no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Well, that's, Count off! Oh, look, it's the MIB. The Men in Black? Count off! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 98, 99. 99 peeps. Shifu! All 99 members are here and accounted for, sir! What the heck do you think you're doing, counting my cubs off like that? Every person is a valuable human being. You get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number one. Got it? Shifu, Shifu. You are Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Arrgh. Lang Z says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. Damn, I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. But don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Gina! This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. They're exchanging cards. You all see that just now? That is the proper way for two people to show their respect. Keep that in mind, and you'll get far in life. Got it? I like this track. I like this character. Ah, that's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zhangfa. Apparently, this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How is it not? I've heard a rumor or two about you. You saw the murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Ah, but you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? Yes, I am a prosecutor. A prosecutor doing investigations. There's a difference. Are you sure? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliche. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I had been there, no one would have died. How full of himself. I would have solved the entire case, and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lane knew yesterday's victim, Agent Acme Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska and a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. Not so fast. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare to mock the court? He dares. I do, and I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. He Long Lang. He's an Interpol agent. Ah, he's only 27. Another thing I like about this guy, he has a whole wolf motif to him. He talks about his pack, and if you look at his teeth when he's talking, he actually has fangs. Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? Alright, men. Good job of the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Sir! Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble. Understand? Wait. Damn, there goes his awesome theme song. Mr. Edgeworth, it's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that. I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Alright. Alrighty. Okay. Let's see. Let me walk around. La 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 la. Or run. Wee. Oh, look, it's... Alright. It's a cactus, and there's something written here on the sign. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gatewater Land from the local police precinct. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. I highly doubt I'll find a clue in here, but I might as well check just to be sure. This barrel sure is heavy. You there, do you know what's inside of this thing? It's the emergency water supply for putting out fires. I see. Well, they certainly are well prepared. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Impasse. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. Alright. It's an old-fashioned rocking chair. The kind that makes you feel instantly at ease. There's something written here. A soothing 10-minute sitting for only $100. I see. Reverse psychology. Make it so expensive that no one would dare sit on it. Horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They almost look like they're ready to jump out into the real world and gallop away. Almost being the key word. Some sort of tracks were left in the mud here, thanks to the rain. They look like tire tracks. Too bad they're destroying the Wild West atmosphere. They worked so hard to create. The tires on whatever made these probably got pretty muddy as well. The Blue Badger. That wriggling. I just can't bring myself to call it dancing. Okay, let's talk to Gumshoe. Great job, Detective. Sir, for losing sight of me and the kidnapper, and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir, I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. No! But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Shall I prepare the 21 gun salute now or later? So mean. Agent Lang. Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup? Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct like the back of my hand. Then why did Interpol agents show up instead with an army of his own agents? That I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that Wolfman showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Lang definitely has an agenda, so the question is, what is he after? Next step. Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir. Yes, what is it? Who is that? The girl over there, I mean. I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. What? Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant, Kay. Yeah, I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Me. It's been like that since forever. Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role. Bad, no. Edgeworth and Gumshoe will always be the best tag team, but you're okay. How can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted, and making sure she serves out her sentence. Oh, come on, it'll be fun, like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet. No way. I won't. I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. That's right. We appreciate Gumshoe. If you're going to show me your prosecutor's badge, then I'll show you my police badge. Your wallet is looking rather thin, detective. Huh? Oh, whoops, I must have left my badge at home. I always got the two mixed up. Haha. That's not a laughing matter, detective. Gatewater Land. Who could have guessed this place would be such a success? But the Gatewater group and I go way back, you know? Yes, same here. I handled 2 murder cases that took place at 2 of their hotels. Case 2 in the first game, in his debut, Red, White, and Blue Corp. And Case 4, Justice for All, the second game, Matt Ungard, the Nickel Samurai. And it was you who headed the investigation in each case. Oh, I remember that, sir. I was 16 back then, standing in front of the hotel in the snow. Clearly, we are not on the same page here. Gumshoe, you were not 16 years old during those cases. I'm sorry, sir. Absolutely nothing is coming to mind right now. As a man, the only thing I can attest to is this. To be a man, I, Dick Gumshoe, will tell no lie. His heart's in the right place. Now to work on his deduction skills. Alright. Oh, are you participating in the photo rally too, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, I'm not only doing it as part of my duties. Yeah. I see. In that case, keep up the good work. So how many have you found so far? I've been sort of busy with the investigation, so I haven't really found any yet, but something tells me finding the Badgers isn't really a part of his duties. You actually got a copy, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, can you show me the very last page? The last page? Very well. Let's see here. Interesting. Why is your name listed here under special thanks? That's it, sir. You found it. Oh, that's because I did the choreography for the Dance Dance Blue Badger song. I suspect that no one entrusts him with any real responsibilities at work. Oh. Kidna, Lang's trusty secretary. Level-headed, she supports him in his investigations. Age not revealed. Alright. Let's talk to Kay. This horizontal bar is used for tying up horses. Apparently you can ride real horses at the Cowboys Ranch area just up ahead. Is it possible that the culprits have already escaped with the help of a stolen horse or two? Under Agent Lang's orders, we already rounded up all the horses, and every last one has been accounted for. Agent Lang is good, although I won't go as far as to say I'm impressed just yet. Alright. We will talk to Kate now. Oh, wait. It's an empty barrel. I'd venture to guess that its only purpose is to set the mood. Yep. Alright, now we got all the flavor text. Man, I can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around. I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. It's alright. It's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing. Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? Quite the mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more. If I had one of these, I could be a prosecutor too, right? Don't even think of stealing this from me. If it's that important to you, then why don't you wear it on your label? Why should I have to label myself as a prosecutor everywhere I go? And why does everyone ask that question of me? That's what I'd like to know. It's like the reverse defense attorney's badge. I really love theme parks. Too bad we're not here to have a fun time. So why did you choose this one? And why choose to show yourself to me, of all people? Because I was telling you, silly. Duh. You were following me? But why? Guess you'll never know. What do you think about this? If you're going to steal anything, at least keep your hands off of my lines. Alright. I'll return it to you. Here you go. I was hoping for some information in return, but my line will do for now. Come on, the Badger family is waiting for us to find and take pictures of them. And remember, you have to yell, Badger, get, each time, or it doesn't count. Shine, get. They even have a rule for when you take their pictures. Tell me about it. I was planning to steal all of my shots, as any proper great thief should. Does the concept of stealing permeate to every aspect of this girl's life? Permeates.
Permeate.
Oh, permeate. Permeates. To spread through every part of something. It's a book of information about my archenemy, the Blue Badger. But I won't lose to the likes of him. You just wait and see. I'm going to write a tome of thievery. How's that, Mr. Edgeworth? The information that winds up on your wanted poster will suffice in this competition. Next step. So what are you going to do about your investigation into the kidnapping? Good question. Since Agent Lang holds the authority to investigate this case now, this makes things a bit more complicated. Oh, come on. You can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go. But you're a self-purported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation. You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief. I'm the Yatagarasu. And as I said earlier, the Yatagarasu is after one and only one thing. One and only one? What is this one and only one thing you're after? The Yatagarasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth. I see. It was 7 years ago. Oh. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu like to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once a target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the targets noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yatagarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatagarasu? But that can't be, can it? Lance! 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 Where are you, son? Oh boy. Mr. Armando? Oh, Miles, my boy. I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair, just after you've returned. For you, Mr. Amano, I gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system. No, no, no. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. Satan and I go way back. Lovely. He was of Satan. He knows of Satan. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere at any time. So who's the old man? He is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano. Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please, I miss my poor boy dearly. I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano. What? Hold on there. Then, what happened to all that money? I believe the 1 million has been stolen, and that the culprits are now on the run. What? Poor old man. Don't you have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Forgive me, Mr. Amano. Look at that. He's got all that money. Alright. Seeing that badge reminds me of Manfred. Now, he was one fine prosecutor, the best of the best. Seeing that badge reminds me of Satan. Yes, I can't disagree with you there. I sense that you don't really want to talk about him. How I feel about him, it's hard for me to be truthful about that with another person. Your hard countenance. I don't know what you're talking or feeling. But mark my words, I think you are Manfred's true successor. I really do. Yes. Satan's true successor. No, don't worry. Miles Edgeworth is nothing like Satan. You do not want to be like Satan, Manfred von Karma. Ho ho, that looks to be something with quite a bit of value. But then all things have some value attached to them. Only by probing deep into the unknown can we become true winners in this world, Miles. Thanks, but knowledge isn't what's going to make me a winner here. It's information. Let's look for flavor text. Alright. The kidnapping. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time. Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. From the receiver came the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy. I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Romano. You don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that. He definitely should have recorded that conversation. Yeah, but not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Lance Amano. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again? How will telling you about Lance help you get him back? Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior. Very well then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He is very much like me when I was his age, kind and very attractive. Yeah, okay. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him. Is there anything else about him you noticed of late? Now that you mention it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver. Your butler? Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, so I thought maybe he would know where my son is. Oliver Deacon. Mr. Amano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon? As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him. So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave? What about his family and friends? They said they hadn't seen him. I've tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping? It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon sounds like one name I had better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by, twiddling our thumbs. I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin. Mr. Amano, it was my fault that the culprits escaped. Which is why, with your blessing, I vowed to return Lance to you myself. Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy. Alright, well, what are you waiting for? Let's do some investigating. If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it. It's not a competition. Wild, Wild West area. So what should we examine first? Thanks to Agent Lang, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently, which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped. Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there. Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off. I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile. All precinct detectives are now under Agent Lang's direct command. No way. I am not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do something? I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good. Now let's go. Oh. No. Boy, have I got just a job for someone of your talents. Well, that was exciting. Hey. What? Can't you tell I'm all ready to get down to some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Oh, come on. I finally get to be your assistant, and you try to ditch me? I don't recall offering you the position. Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know. Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back. Ha, you're the only one asserting that. Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yatagarasu way. You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about. Fine, whatever you win. Fine, whatever, you win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But the talented Assistant K is going to tag along no matter what you say. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. I might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride. Yay, new partner. Let us run. Alright. Yes, the kidnapping. Hey, what do you think about the kidnapping? Well, I don't know anything about the victim. So actually, I was hoping you could tell me. Ah, that's right. I never did explain the situation to you. I got involved because of a phone call I received. It was from none other than the director of the Amano Group, Mr. Ernest Amano. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped, and he wanted me to be the drop-off man. Little did I suspect that I would be abducted myself. And that's when I found you tied to a pole screaming, "No!" Can you please drop that already? Alright. Oh, okay. I already did all the flavor text. Alright. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here. I remember hearing rain fall out here while I was being held in there. Yep, it was just a passing rain. That's why the ground has already pretty much dried up. I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples. You know what? I bet if we follow them, we could find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes. I don't think it will be that easy. Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here. And we don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. What kind of shoes? If only we knew, we'd be able to track the kidnappers from the footprints. Ha! I've got you now, you vile criminals. I think the kidnappers would have better sense than to try hiding in these. Oh, come on. Lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think that the criminals would be hiding here, right in front of two officers. I certainly hope not. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this one of those things you tie horses to? Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment. Aw, and here I was hoping I would get to ride one. You know how to ride a horse? Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse. Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic. If these were real, I wonder what you'd put in them. Water would be the obvious answer. But if you stored water in a barrel under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad? People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted. Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like the strange taste. Look who's making fun of them now. Look, there's a blurb about the cactus here. This cactus is very gracious gift to Gatewater Land from the local police precinct. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. So is the police department running a cactus farm on the side? Haha, just kidding. They went to do something so silly. Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm at the precinct before. Ah, yes. Um, Officer Jake Marshall had cactuses in his office. It's a set of tire tracks originating from the garage. Aha, so that means a car left from the garage at some time, right? Correct, but for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean that it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud. The reeds are reds. I think we can also safely assume it's a special type of car. Okay. Horses are painted on the garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They look so lifelike, don't you think? Or are you thinking of wrangling, or rather stealing them? If you can coax them out of there, sure. Come on. I know you can sweet talk them out. I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand, and they wouldn't budge, Kay. Alright, let's talk to the Blue Badger. Hey, it's the Blue Badger! Badger, get! I really don't understand why she is so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there. Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw. He's doing that contorted, wriggling dance again. Aha! Oh my goodness. Who asked for this guy back? Apparently the directors. Welcome back to Officer Mike Meekins from Case 5, the first game. He also showed up again in Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. This is his third appearance in the series. Ah! You've uncovered my undercover identity, sir! I was to remain under that head, sir! Aren't you Officer Beacons? Sir! Mike Beacons, reporting for duty, sir! This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. Ah, yes. Yep, first game. About the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth? Oliver Deacon, a Mono family butler, and Lance's private tutor, could not be contacted recently. 50 years old. Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth? I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide? Sir, it's so incredibly shiny, but it has a really ugly shape. How dare. I knew it! I was right to go for the much more manly police badge, sir. But I lose it a lot, and I just know I'm going to lose it for real one of these days, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, I think this cop is one donut short of a baker's dozen. I know, believe me, I know. Sir, I'm undercover as the Blue Badger now, sir. I must pretend to not know anything about anything, sir. I mustn't respond to that. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Alright, let's talk to Mike Beacons. Officer Beacons, why are you standing here wasting time? Sir, because I'm not a police officer right now, sir. I'm the Blue Badger. And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids. That's never a waste of time, sir. I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir. I was patrolling the scorchingly boring beat until a little while ago, when the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled that the kidnappers had escaped, sir. I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed on over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already. And I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy on to anyone. It would seem that some people never change. So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? Sir, that's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. But it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir. I see. Agent Lang is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactics. To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir. It's such an honor. Any clues? How long have you been standing here, officer? Sir, for about 1 little hour, sir. That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. And I've been here ever since, sir. If that's true, then it's possible Officer Beacon saw the kidnappers escaping. But, however, sir, I must tell you I didn't see a thing, sir. I haven't asked you anything yet, officer. No, but I know you will, sir. He's hiding something from me. Officer Beacons, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it too. I patrolled the park, all while wearing this costume. And about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A lone Blue Badger. What you said just now is contradictory to the facts. How so, Mr. Edgeworth? This is what Officer Beacons' testimony contradicts. And that would be the Badger photo rowdy.
Take that!
Officer Beacons, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement. Sir, of course, sir. That's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am commanded to wait. You said that you saw a Blue Badger, correct? And yet, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the Blue Badger, Officer Beacons, you should not have seen another Blue Badger wandering the premises. What, sir? Then that would mean that there are 2 Blue Badgers walking around. But why? A second Blue Badger? There's only supposed to be 1 Blue Badger in the park, but a second one was spotted. Alright. Sir, you have a copy of the Blue Badger Bible too, sir? That was written by experts of the Badger family, sir, and it's very, very thorough. It doesn't matter that I was made the Blue Badger only a little while ago, sir. That book helped me memorize every name of every badger, sir. It's not that hard to remember 4 incredibly obvious names. Drip, drop, little by little, our privacy is being sold off to the public through this, sir. But that means I need to work extra hard on my cute poses. Oh, like what? Like this. Great. Now I know what your new pose will be. Look, sir. I've successfully stolen his pose and speaking style, sir. That's nice, Kay. All right. Let's see. All right. It is time to use the power of logic. Costumes and a second blue badger. It seems the costumes of the badger family are kept in the isolation room. There's only supposed to be one blue badger in the park, but the second was spotted. A second blue badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly the true identity of the person underneath is... Oh, I know. It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person who wore a costume to get away. Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are a blue badger, a proto badger, and a bad badger. Yes, those three. So there are three phony badgers running around the park somewhere, huh? Stolen costumes data jotted down in my organizer. Stolen costumes. The kidnappers stole three costumes: a blue, a proto, and a bad badger. Okay, one moment. Looks like there's another thief afoot. Only if we assume that this is not your handiwork. Are you kidding? You know that the blue badger is enemy number one to me. Can you imagine me ever being on good terms with that thing? Actually, it's surprisingly easy. Alright. I got some good flavor text out of K. Back to logic. What kind of shoes? If only we knew, we'd be able to track the kidnappers in the footprints. Costume escape. The identity of the second blue badger was probably the kidnapper in disguise. Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning. Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right? Yes, more than shoe prints. We need to follow the paw prints of badgers. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting. Okay. So we're looking for footprints made by a costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are two sets here. They both do look like possible candidates. This set is walking off to the west. It just stops. I can't make heads or tails of where it's headed from here. I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium. I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. Huh? Quick, Mr. Edgeworth, I've got him. I got one of the culprits. No, I'm not a kidnapper, sir. Down, Kay. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Beacons. But our criminals But our criminals were each wearing a costume. Aha, maybe they came over to this garage for something. That's what I would suppose. Officer Beacons, if you could step aside for a moment. We need to examine the garage. Sir, Roger Wilco, sir. Let's open this shutter and see what we find. Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. Oh no. We found a dead body, everybody. Oh no. What in the... We seem to have stumbled across a dead body. She must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver. Mr. Amano, are you saying that this man is... Yes, he's my butler. How could something like this have happened? Indeed. And why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Ling or his men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage. And right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? Victim was kidnapper? Following a kidnapper's prints led us to a body. Was the victim in a costume? From my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. Preliminary findings, data, jotted down by organizer. Preliminary findings, the victim is Oliver Deacon. It seems he was shot dead. You sure are calm for someone who just found a body. It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Poor guy. As long as that Interpol agent has control of this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds. One in his abdomen, and one in his shoulder. So that means he was shot twice? No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound. Nice, I knew you could figure it out. It comes with experience, and I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder where the bullet went clean through. I should make a note of this oddity. Preliminary findings data updated by organizer. Preliminary findings. The victim is Oliver Deacon. Bullet entered his abdomen, exited through his shoulder. Oliver Deacon. And now we'll check the pendant. This is an unusually shaped pendant. What is it? Is it something valuable? She seems to have regained some of her composure. It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it. It's really pretty. Hold on, this is made of platinum silver. Nice. It is worth something after all. Oh, and look, there's something written on the back. Colin Devoray. It's a name. Colin Devoray? But this man's name is... yeah, Oliver Deacon. Devoray, huh? We shall deduce the pendant with our preliminary findings. Yeah. Victim, Oliver Deacon, age 50. Time of death, pending autopsy. Cause of death, preliminary findings indicate loss of blood resulting from a gunshot wound. Entry point, lower right abdomen. Exit point, right shoulder. Remarks. Despite the fact that the final bullet went clean through the body, there is very little blood at the site where the body was found.
Eureka!
There's something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim is the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon, but the name of the pendant is Colin Devore. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Mr. Deacon's pendant data, jotted down my organizer. Mr. Deacon's pendant. It's shaped like a horse. Colin Devore is engraved on the back. Devore? Huh. Devore. Devore. Okay. Devore. Devore. Like devilry. Devilry. All right. It's shaped like a horse. Colin Devilry is engraved on the back. Investigation complete. Lance! Lance! Where are you, sweetie? Oh no. Not her. Excuse me, but you are? Um, oh no. Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Ah, stop it, Lauren! You can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with. Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be afraid of lads? Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Lauren Pops. Lauren Pops. His girlfriend, and she's got a ring pop. Lollipops. Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. We haven't gotten that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it. So I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Haha. You know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character. No. May I inquire as to why you are here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to get really worried. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Wow, you're really strong for having made it through all this by yourself. Um, is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Oh, Lance. I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden in love routine. So, Mr. Edgeworth, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder. Hold it! My men brought me up to speed over the radio. And I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing. I have nothing to hide, Agent Lang. It's exactly what you see before you. I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead. Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect, now. Suspect? Who? Officer Beacons, is it? You're coming with us. Oh no, not Beacons. Lauren Pops. She's 19 years old. Lance Abano's girlfriend. Came to Gatewater. Land in search of Lance. Officer Beacons, is it? You're coming with us. What? Sir! I have nothing to do with it, sir! Agent Lang, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Beacons? Ha! I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom. That's your answer? I know you like your logic and reasoning. But that sort of a practical fluff is not needed out here in the field. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime from the streets. But that's also precisely how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts. That's tyranny. I won't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes. Too bad you don't call the shots around here. As I have sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. That you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation. Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? You, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu? Hold it. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Lang Z says, every pack has its own rules. Ooh. I like that. I like that a lot. If you can play by their rules and come out on top, this is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic. Those fangs, though. Oh, and by the way, everybody, um, Lang Zi literally means Master Wolf in Chinese, in a similar fashion to the honorific titles of various ancient Chinese philosophers. I like that. Lang Zi, Master Wolf. T Long Lang's logic. Oh boy. I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Beacons. Isn't that right? That is your reasoning. Eh, Want it. Blue Badger in the background. Solid as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment. What's his philosophy of detainment? Ah, you don't know? In that case, Pay attention, girlie. In my country, the criminals have a saying: beware of the wolf. I'm gonna screen cap this for prosperity. Awesome. All right, continuing. Why the wolf? Because in my language, Lang means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. And as for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable its father is my honorable ancestor, Lang Zi. Hmm, you think I'd have heard of him and his teachings if he is that famous? Oh, gotta scroll. Lang Zi developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, the Zhangfa police still trains its recruits using his philosophies. But thousands of years ago? That makes your story about as believable as a fairy tale. Hmm, anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world? You want to put it to a test? Alright. Shi Long Lang's logic. Alright. So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to. I don't get it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you putting yourself on the line for Mr. Meekins? It's not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Meekins. What? However, I can't simply stand by while Agent Lang ignores our country's laws. Shi Long Lang, just what sort of investigator are you? I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time.
Hold it!
So what can you tell me about the body? A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy. Oh, they wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct? I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figured that much out, right?
Hold it!
Yes. I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion.
Knuckle back!
Don't pat yourself in the back yet. What's that supposed to mean? Lang Zi says, search where the water is deepest. I like that. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that lurks in the depths, which is the killer. Is that right? And what would you know about the killer? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun.
Hold it!
It would appear you've studied a little of our laws. Studied? Who needs to study what every child on any street corner already knows? It's that, Shina. The Federal Firearms Act. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. That's it. The Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days. About that. Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Beacons, isn't that right?
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you? As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here. Oh. Other than the Officer Beacons, I know no one else's weapon has been fired. How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time? That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation. The power of sheer numbers. But you have yet to check Officer Beacon's weapon, correct? Thanks for reminding me. Hey you, show me your gun. Oh, what's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden? Gun. What did you say? I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. Sir, I lost my gun, sir. Leave it to Officer Meekins to lose his gun. How can you be so irresponsible? Yes, how? In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we've got. You're the one who waited here, outside this garage, to ambush and kill the victim. So you think that Officer Beacons waited here to kill the victim, do you, Lang? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny. Officer Beacons ambushed the victim in this garage and killed him here with his gun.
Hold it!
You mean to tell me that the murder occurred here, in this garage? From the fact that the suspect was found almost next to where the body was found, I'd say that's pretty obvious that this is the crime scene. Lang Z says, a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime. I mean... I mean, that is a saying that has always been said throughout the years. Real life, and then of course, in other media. Oh well, it's still a cool saying. Hey, finally a quote even I've heard of before. Furthermore, Lang Z says... Successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene. Are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene. I suppose. Looks like neither detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. They have not. So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to. I don't get it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you putting yourself in line for Mr. Beacons? Okay, yeah. So, on this statement, we need to present the preliminary findings.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Agent Lang, that is simply not possible. What do you mean? You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean? Yeah. So you did not notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Beacons committed the murder here? Because this isn't the crime scene. And if it was your men who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight. Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that Officer was hanging out around here in the first place? Weird? How so? Hey you, your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? I... Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like, I found myself taking a walk. But sir, I really did take a walk, sir. You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly? Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something? Mr. Edgeworth, please, sir. Save me the way you did earlier. Please, sir. Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what's happened. Sir, not you too. Oh my god. And now for Meekins' testimony. Oh, Meekins. Meekins, Meekins, Meekins. Meekins! It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the Blue Badger Mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role, selling dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir. What is this Blue Badger Mobile? It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir. So the Blue Badger Mobile is just a roaming souvenir shop? Blue Badger Mobile data jotted down in my organizer. Blue Badger Mobile. Mobile shop on 3 wheels. Was parked inside the Wild West area garage. Sir, I swear, I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant. He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. He sure seems sure of what he's saying. Can you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer? Sir, Roger, sir. Meekins' testimony. It's true, sir. I was assigned to this area, sir.
Hold it!
Alright then. Where were you assigned to? I was assigned to the main gate, sir. He must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain. Okay then. Okay, then why are you here in the Wild West area? That's because of a very deep reason, ma'am. I was told to check every square inch of the main gate area, sir.
Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation. Yes, sir. Well, first, I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir. Well, what did you expect when you're dressed like the Blue Badger? I thought I had no choice at that point, sir, so... I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams of the Blue Badger Mobile, sir.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by selling dreams? Sir, the Blue Badger Mobile is where dreams are collected. What? Sweetness like you've never known except in dreams, ma'am, like innocence drops. And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am, like guilty jawbreakers. Hang on, everybody. All right. And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am, like guilty jawbreakers. Selling those as I push the blue badger mobile along is my sworn duty, ma'am. But I got completely caught up in my role, selling dreams to the children, sir.
Hold it!
You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers? No, sir, of course not, sir. I would never do something like that, sir. You're absolutely right. Wow, you're good at this forcing people to confess thing, Mr. Edgeworth. To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir.
Hold it!
Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony. Yes, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here, in this area, sir.
Hold it!
How did you wind up all the way over here? I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks, and before I knew it... Haha, the good old drop kick. I dished out my fair share of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. Aww. Thank you for the boop, Red X Charlie. Hi. Boop. Thank you very much. Nice to see you again. It was always the best when you felt one really connect with your opponent. In any case, you wind up here for a reason, completely unrelated to the investigation. Sir, that's right, sir. That's not something you should be admitting to with your head held high, officer. It sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there's one flaw in Officer Beacon's story. But I have the feeling that he'll need more prodding before he'll spill the beans. Okay. So, Officer Meekins. Let's look through our evidence. Ah, but here's the thing. How was he able to be looking for the kidnappers while the Blue Badger mobile was already parked in the Wild Wild West? And there we go.
Objection!
Objection. Officer Beacons, I would appreciate it if you didn't tell such transparent lies. Sir? I'm lying, sir? Yes. Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage? Yeah. It's like I said earlier. Ah! Actually, I had just lost track, sir. Lost track of what? By the time I realized it, the Blue Badger mobile was nowhere to be found, sir. which would mean it was perhaps stolen. And that's when I came back to this area, thinking maybe it was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Okay. Just double checking something.
Not so fast.
A likely story. Who do you think this is? Who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that? And what exactly is so convenient about his story? The car getting stolen. It's completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used all right to move the dead body. What? You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Beacons, and then you used the Blue Badger mobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me. But it wasn't me, sir. The killer, sir. It wasn't me, sir. Meanwhile, we have Lady Gaga standing over here. Agent Slade, wait. What do you want now? We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. You can't say we know all the facts in this case, let alone the truth. I told you, truth smooth. I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. You'll find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors, your fancy courts of your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon! I think you need to leave. What? We need to get the body to autopsy, and you guys are getting in the way. You wouldn't interfere with another one of my investigations? Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. Heihachi, yes. I didn't forget from yesterday. No. I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. No. Whoa. Now be a good fancy boy, get on my sight, if you don't mind. I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice. Whoa. He can't do that. He can't do that to the star of the game. How dare. Now we gotta find the eyewitness. Oh boy. March 13th, 1:22 p.m. Gatewater Land Main Gate. Okay, and here we go. Ugh, chased out like a pair of peasants. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Kay. There's something even thieves should never steal. Do you know what that is? You really shouldn't steal anything. However, I'll bite. What should a thief steal? A life. It's too heavy of a burden on your soul to get away with. Ever. That's something we can agree on. Well said, Kay. No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that by my own hands. When I apprehend the murderer myself. All right, I'm going to work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go. I still never said she could be my assistant. Huh. I'm just going to drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth, Detective Gumshoe. Ah, his wonderful theme song. I love his remix. I love this remix. It's so good. Ah. Just fixing up my little guy. Alright. Mr. Edgeworth, the stadium. Hurry, sir. This is supposed to be hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium. A witness? You! What did we tell you about leaving your assigned post? Ah, the jig is up. Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir. Oh. Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves. It's not all fun and games, Kay. Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. Oh boy. March 13th, 1:42 p.m. Stadium. I thought there was a witness here. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, it's Emma. It's Emma Sky with a cute hat. Long time no see. You are Miss Emma Sky, correct? Who almost became the main character in the game that I'm playing. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. You are Miss Emma Sky, correct? This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Sky. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. Case 5, first game. But I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad? You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes, scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. Yay. It's Emma Sky. She's 18 in this one. High schooler studying in Europe to become forensic scientists on school break. Alright. Ah. Poor guy. It's the victim's pendant, which is shaped like a horse. It's got a real dignified look on its face. That makes it worth all the more. Oh no, Mr. Edgeworth. What? Did you find an important piece of evidence? This is made of platinum silver. That makes this thing super valuable. I've seen this type of jewelry at a lot of stores before, so I know it when I see it. Okay, if you ever laid so much as a finger on those pieces of jewelry... What, me? I never do something like that. Is it possible that she has never wanted to steal from a jewelry store before? silly thief. Alright. Oh, look at that. The name Colin Devilray is engraved here. I really admire people who carve their own names into a pendant. Oh, and what would that be? You have no imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you ever think that maybe people want to have their loved ones always nearby? It's not as if I have a wedding band, and I have no interest in accessorizing. Well, I suppose, anyway, you know what? More than wearing flashy accessories, I'd rather be engraving my name into every treasure I can find all around the world. A sign of affection is one thing, but blatant vandalizing is just a bit different. Okay. Let's see. Let's, Okay, we can't investigate anything yet. We can check that after. We'll talk to... Where are you going, Mr. Edgeworth? We have to find a witness before that mean old werewolf does. You're right. The witness is supposed to be here, in the stadium, but where? Let's talk to Kay. Yes. Notice anything? You look deep in thought. Care to share, Kay? With all that's happened, I'm getting a little confused. For example, what that detective said earlier about how we just look for the witnesses at the stadium. No, not that. I'm always rooting for you bit. I was thinking how sweet that is. It's like you two are best friends. I think you're a little confused, right? All right, Kay. What do you think about this? If you're going to steal anything, at least keep your hands off my life. Oh, okay. Same flavor text. This horse is really pretty. Don't even think about it. Okay, I'll just hold on to it then. Don't worry, it's safe with me. Just so we're clear, Kay, a 5-finger discount is not part of the bargain. Alright. Alright, let me... I assume this is another Badger Mobile. Yeah, but it's a different color than the blue Badger's car. Yes, this is the Retina Searing Pink model. Alright, let's talk to Emma. I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in these past few years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go, but I'm going to be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Sky. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday, and I'm trained to become an unstoppable great thief. A great thief? Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble. In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do. Let's show her the badge. This is the symbol of a prosecutor, right? Well, I don't think I've ever seen you wear it, though. Well, I'm not as enthusiastic about it wearing it as you are with your pin badges. I know, right? I mean, I really wanted to put even more on today, actually. Oh, hey, I like yours, Kay. Do you have any extras? Sorry, but there's only one of those in the world, and it's proof that I am a great thief. Now, if I calculate this out scientifically using my time scheduler, aha, I can definitely see all the attractions before the park closes. Science sure is useful, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not even going to bother asking Emma how she calculated that. Scientifically calculating and thinking critically about this, then putting it in a way that transmits the feeling that I understand. Whew, done. She makes it sound like she knows what she's talking about, but she really has no idea. Admittedly, I am slightly confused by what she just rattled off. Looking for that flavor text. Seeing the blue badger sure brings back memories. Yes, indeed. I remember it like it was yesterday. That was really something, huh? The red-hot courtroom battle between the two of us. I don't think it was quite as dramatic as that. Alright, let's talk about Emma Sky. So why are you here, Emma? Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break. And then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I had really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, so I had just missed you. And how exactly did you know I was here? Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. I used these to track your footprints, and I followed them straight to you. This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical on the ground, and when you shine the special light on it, zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking. Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment. Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. He was practically yelling at me. Mr. Edgeworth needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said. What was that man thinking? Or rather, not thinking. So let me guess. There's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? What's that off in the distance? Uh-oh. Oh, look, it's the pink badger. Oh, hey, it's the pink badger. Badger get. Shine get. Badger, badger. Badger, 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 badger. Just what does she see in these silly things? Oh no. I think this badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for? Sorry, but I don't speak badger dance. Oh no. Uh, we gotta speak to the pink badger. Everyone's favorite Ace Attorney character is back. Oh my god. Not her. Oh my god, it's her. It's her. I can't take being inside that stuffy head anymore. You're... No! Why her? Why here? Why now? Edgeworth is saying what we are all saying. Some of us, anyway. I first met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. Case 3 in the first game? The Steel Samurai case. She was also in Case 4 in Justice for All as well, the Nickel Samurai case. Turnabout Samurai, yeah. The first game, that's what it was called. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and caused me great grief. Edgy-poo! Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really. I was trying so hard to keep the kids' dreams alive by staying in character. But you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you? I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm going to just be direct. I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare. So you're a friend of Mr. Edgeworth too, Miss Pink Badger? You could say that, but right now, I'm just a Pink Badger, dearie. She may look the parts, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name is Wendy Oldbag. But you can call me Wendy, or Granny, or whatever suits your fancy. Nice to meet you, Miss Oldbag. I'm Kay Faraday. What do I care about a young whippersnapper like you? Yeesh, I was just trying to be polite. Oh no. Wendy Oldbag. Oh boy, oh boy. Go on, Edgy-poo, show me anything and I'll tell you all about it. Very well. What do you think about this? It's nothing special. Somehow I figured she'd say as such. Let's look for sweet, delicious flavor text. Yet another blue badger? I've had my fill of these things for a lifetime. Thank you for the extra commentary, but all I wanted was for you to take a look. Oh, alright, I guess I can do that, but only because it's you, Edgy-poo. What is wrong with this thing? Why is this blue badger wearing sunglasses? How could she have not noticed all this time? Maybe her eyesight's failing. Thanks to this, people have been taking my picture all day. It's like I'm one of the mascot characters of this park. It's not like you are the mascot's character. Well, one of them anyway. But you have no idea how hard it is to be one. You're not allowed to talk at all. Taking away my ability to talk halves my effectiveness as a human being. Taking away my ability to talk. I know a lot of people would like that. You'd have a hard time not talking, but it seems like such an easy thing to do. What do you know, youngin? Just wait until you're my age, and then we'll see. Is it possible this loud old lady was once a quiet, fair maiden? Ha, impossible. It's like a lineup of ugly thugs. You cut to the quick. Only behind the scenes, I'm the Pink Badger right now to the kids. But don't you think I'd be even more lovable if I kept this headpiece off? Think for the children. You're the one who wants to keep their sweet dreams alive, right? Oh my god. Alright, let's see. Let's talk to her now. Wendy Oldbag, weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels the last time we met? I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth of today. I get called in all the time to fill in when there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly dejected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are, talking with two young girls. Men are all the same. Oh no, stop. No, she's ranting. And thanks to the power of this wonderful... Oh, it's okay, Red X Charlie. It's alright if you can't stay long. It's all good. No worries. Big hug to you. Thank you so much for stopping by, Red X Charlie. Thank you. Until next time, and thank you for the boop. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Let's see. I get to catch up on her rant now, thanks to the wonderful history button. It Men are all the same. It doesn't matter how old they get. They continue to shamelessly flirt with young girls. Why, just the other day, it happened with my Yoon, who I had finally gotten to notice me. He went and got into an arranged marriage with an 18-year-old. I don't see what he sees in her at all. As they say, the persimmon takes 3 years to ripen. That girl. Yoon? Yoon from Street Fighter? That's what I want to think. That could be just some other Yoon. And hello there, Gargoyle. Whatchamacallit? Hang on. Persimmon. Oh, it's a fruit. It's a sweet, vibrant orange fall fruit, shaped like a tomato or an acorn. Okay. Interesting. That's what it is. Alright. Hello, Gargoyle. I am on the case. It's called The Kidnapped Turnabout. And of course, we also have to figure out a murder that happened. I'm doing fine. It's going well. You seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, please, I'm begging you, by all means, do not provoke her any further. The witness. Today's a bit hectic, but it's relaxing now? That's good. Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness. Honestly, I hope she isn't. But I don't think fate is going to be so kind today. I saw what happened. I even saw the exact happen. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that? So it's true. She is the witness. Oh no. I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag. Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder. You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes? Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me. Oh no. It's time for a testimony from Wendy Oldbag. Oh boy. Everyone's favorite ace attorney character, said no one ever. But Japan likes her, apparently. She's pretty popular on the character polls. I'm indifferent to Oldbag. I don't, despise her. I'm kinda neutral. I came to this stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. Oh no. Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately. What's that unfortunately you tacked on at the end that's supposed to mean, Edgy Poo? Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady. Oh man. I can tell this is an important piece of testimony, but she's rather vague in a few spots. I suppose this means I'm going to have to talk with her some more. Yeah, this one's easy. You just have to press all her statements. I came to this stadium to take a short break.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? You may not think of it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids. So what did you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting? Oh yes, that. Well, as I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Oh, wait. I gotta press that.
Hold it!
You saw two men. Can you describe them for me? They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that. But did you but did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful. Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Listen, we don't know about Edgeworth's preferences. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two are just foals compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground.
Hold it!
You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place. Absolutely. That gun made a terrible racket when it was fired. You didn't try to go help the person that got shot? I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat. What could I have done? But I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help. Two men, one bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony. Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory? Self-centered, aren't we? While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. So about this new problem, what is that giant grin on your face for? Do you want me to show you something really nice? No, thank you. Don't be so mean. I swear it's something you're going to like. Oh, what is that gadget you're holding? What you see before you is the secret weapon of a great thief. Ah, I should have known it would be so worthless. Ah, don't be like that. Teehee? Ahem. What do you think now? What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air. I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Oh, recreation. What is this? This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I inputted into Little Thief. Little Thief, I dare say I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far. Little Thief is actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I used it like this... Let's see. Miss Oldbag said that the two men were facing each other. And then a gunshot rang out, and the victim fell to the ground. Ah, so with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. See? So what do you think? I have to say, I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days. Well, it is a super secret weapon of the mighty Yatagarasu. Indeed. Oh, but if there isn't enough information or if something's out of place, the recreation would come out a little strange. In other words, I could use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony. You got it! You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth. Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So for now, I should re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification. Feel free to examine anything in this simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence that when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got Little Thief with me, so you just let me know, okay? Begin investigation. Stadium. Alright. Recreation. So, you believe that this gadget will provide us with the proof we need? Yeah, of course. Pretty neat, huh? By inputting info like this, it can recreate the crime scene exactly as it was. Although, Little Thief was originally intended to be a training sim for heists. A training sim for thievery? I don't believe I can turn a deaf ear to that, Kay. But it's for practice. Practice. It's not like I've actually stolen anything yet. Besides, we're in the middle of an investigation, so stop nitpicking. Even if it is just a practice, I can't exactly endorse the act of stealing. Although, admittedly, this device is rather useful in an investigation. Using Little Thief. So how am I supposed to use this to aid my investigation? Oh, that's right. I guess I should explain how to use it, huh? Objects outlined in yellow are things that are not present in our time, but were in the past. Things outlined in a dotted line are things that exist now, but didn't in the past. I see. You can examine and interact with replicated people and objects as you normally do. You can even present evidence whenever you find an inconsistency. Oh, and be sure to point out mistakes in the recreation with evidence too. Very well. Let's continue with the investigation. If there's something you don't get about Little Thief, feel free to ask at any time. Okay? Okay. What is this? Some sort of new attraction? This is amazing. Just feel the power of science. It looks like they broke the stage down. Stage was packed up. The stage I saw this morning in the center of the stadium has been packed away. Alright? I guess this means they're done for the day. Or maybe it's because it's a different show scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Alright. Let us check. It's a silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. It's the silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready. Hey, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer? Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief. She has a point. All right. According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here. That's right, but if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction. Huh? What? Where? If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item? That would be that would be the murder notes right here.
Take that!
This is the contradiction. Eh? Is something wrong with my recreation? If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one? Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right? Right. The fact that there's no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony. Edgy Poe! How can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot down. I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth. To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there is another explanation for the distinct lack of blood. Why is there no blood? Why is there no blood around the victim's prone body? Alright. Security lady. The lady inside the pink badger, I believe her real name is Wendy Oldbag. I like how she just called security lady. Like before, she used to had her name as Wendy Oldbag in the older games. Alright. Now then. Let us use the power of logic. Victim was kidnapper. Following a kidnapper's prints led us to a body. Was the victim in the costume? Why is there no blood? Why is there no blood around the victim's prone body? And we shall connect that. Logic. Is it not possible that the victim was wearing a costume? So you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers? I think we can reasonably assume there is a very good chance that he was. Hang on, everybody. Hey, hello, how you doing? Hello? Oh, they must have hung up. That's odd. They hung up. I guess they'll dial back on me. All right. I think we can reasonably assume there is a very good chance that he was. And that if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes, then Mr. Deacon's blood will be inside the costume instead of on the ground. Precisely. Now, if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume, you think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints? But the problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around. Footprints, huh? I wonder how we can go about finding some of those. All right. We shall exit out of logic mode for now. And we know who we can talk to about that. Let's talk to Emma. Footprint analysis. Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints. Ah, finally, my expert knowledge in forensics is needed. Yes, well, can you detect and trace even partial footprints? Leave it to me. My cutting-edge detective kit, my cutting-edge detection kit can find anything. Very well. If you could please analyze the footprints in this area. Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look right here. I don't see anything. Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth. These footprints here were definitely left by a badger costume. Judging by the way the prints are layered, those seem to be the newest. Then we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time. Victim's costume data jotted down by organizer. Victim's costume. He was likely wearing one due to footprints, shape, and the lack of blood. Okay, in that case, I'll update Little Thief's simulation parameters. I can't wait to see what we find out from this new info. Investigation complete. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died. And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right? I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now, something else has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. What Old Bag witnessed. I came to this stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you. So, does this mean that Miss Oldbag's testimony has a contradiction in it? Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation. See? I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag to put into the recreation. For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony. And we shall find it. What Oldbag witnessed. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I came to the stadium to take a short break.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell sweat, your hip creaks with pain, you even begin to dream about work. That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know. Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids. So what did you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting? Oh yes, that. Well, as I was resting, I happened to glance over, and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Oh, wait.
Hold it!
You saw two men. Can you describe them for me? They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that. But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful. Oh my! Don't tell me you're jealous of those two men. Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not to work up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two are just fools compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them. Oh, I just realized this is the exact same testimony that she is giving. Knowing what we know now, thanks to your recreation, the contradiction stands out like a giant sore thumb. Precisely. It's all becoming clear to me. Let's clear up this issue with some well-presented evidence and get this over with. Alright. Yeah. So, yeah, we just found out, thanks to Little Thief, new information. And we're back to this same testimony. But we couldn't figure out, like, anything at the time. We didn't had evidence, but we did press all the statements. And then that led to Little Thief, and then we just found out about the new information that we just gathered. So right here, this statement is the contradiction. By the way, as I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Let us present the victim's costume. He was likely wearing one, due to the footprint's shape and the lack of blood.
Objection!
Two men. How did you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Good point. You do not assume the gender of the badger? I mean, we know the pink badger is definitely you, female. But what if the other badgers were male or female? Or them? Or they? They haven't really, yeah, yeah. Yeah, male or female. What? Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. Why? I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. Doubt. Edgeworth presses X to doubt. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier. The second tier? Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, I was using the phrase in the metaphorical sense. I see our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs. Which is exactly why I go there now and again and take a nap. I can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up. Were you able to see the victim's costume from way up there? Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. In the shadow of the stage, it was hard to make out the killer and victim that Old Bag saw in the stage's shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, Not like when I was young. Oh no. Stop. Please, no. I know it's not relevant ever when she does that, but I'm so glad I can look back on the history and see exactly what she said. Because I'll admit, I actually do want to see what she's ranting about. I remember back in the day, I used to read up the old text scripts on good old Game of FAQs, I think, or elsewhere. Someone would actually take the time to see what Old Bag was ranting. Also, I can't believe they don't have the history button on the original trilogy. That would have been a nice QOL change, but it's whatever. Let's see. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know. Not like when I was young. Ah, people used to call me Eagle-Eyed Wendy back then. I could spot a good man from 100 paces away as I walked down the street just like that. Of course, they also noticed me in a flash and tried to make their move, but I'm not that easy. I was a careful girl with a judgmental eye, but I never let a good man slip me by. You bet I didn't. If you could have seen... Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it! And now we're back to Little Thief. Begin investigation. Stadium. Alright. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. The silhouettes can change depending on the information I input. But Little Thief can recreate more than just people. So investigate away. You may even find more info with which to make a more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. Alright. Footprint analysis. Let's talk to Emma about that right now. Footprint analysis. Thanks to you, I'm able to proceed with my investigation once again. Thank you. Ah, it was nothing. I'm just glad that Science and I could be of service. Pretty amazing how we can see the footprints, so what's the secret behind that thing? Oh, you want to know? Here. You could read the manual. Oh no. Aha, very interesting. So if I do this, I can avoid leaving footprints. She can't seriously be trying to use the information to her advantage as a thief. Wait. That's silly. Ah. Now then. I think it is time to use the power of logic. Yep. In the shadow of the stage. It was hard to make out the killer and victim. That old bag saw the victim's shadow. The stage was packed up. The stage I saw this morning, in the center of this stadium, has been packed away. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder weapon, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to input that bit of info into Little Thief? Yes, if you please. Okay, yes, put all the info. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Alright. Battle of the Magicians. Max Galactica versus Troop Grimari. Battle of the Magicians. Max Galactica versus Troop Grimari. Oh no. Max Galactica's fine. He's okay. Troop Grimari, half of them are a bunch of jerks. I mean, Trucy's the good one. Zack was the jerk. Violet was okay. Magnify was messed up. I don't want to get into this. Battle of Magicians, Max Galactica versus Troop Ramari. And tomorrow there will be a concert by the hip new rock band, the Gaviners. The Gaviners! Clavier Gavin. Not that either of these stage shows interest me in the least. Edgeworth is almost kind of throwing shade at that. I know people are probably maybe reading too much into it because, man, Apollo Justice, the fourth game I'm talking about, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, it was such. It really split the fan base, that's for sure. I know some people defend it. I mean, I think it's an okay game. I'm not gonna be like one of those people. Like, it's alright. But there are several things, just did not like about it, but I went through it. We all did. This new silhouette of the victim is in a costume. The silhouettes can change depending on the information I input, but Little Thief can recreate more than just people. So investigate away. We may even find more info with which to make a more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. There is clearly a contradiction here. There is clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on, it wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose in any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at the time. Yeesh, I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes. Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Isn't it obvious the killer was on top of the stage, naturally? Right, Miss Olbag? Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. See? Now let me update the info in the simulation. Ooh. Investigation complete. Well, well. What have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see. Oh. Here comes Shilon Lang with Lady Gaga again. Yes. Agent Lang, how nice of you to join us. Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes. Agent Lang, we've discovered that the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium. I see, thanks. For what? I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that? Little Thief is not a toy. You two. Sir. Oh, that was quick. And there you have it. You see, big boys like me don't need silly toys. Little girl. Ah. Now this is a recreation. So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Beacons is the killer? Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook. Oh, we're in an argument. Agent Lang's logic. Ah, yeah. The tempo. This track. This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Beacons lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed. How far will you go to accuse Officer Beacons of the crime? He's the most likely suspect we've got, especially given the situation with his gun. Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark. You see, thank you for understanding, my little crow girl. I'm not some common crow. I'm the Yatagarasu, the Raven of Legend. Yeah, ravens and crows are different. Unfortunately, your conclusion has yet to be tested, so let's see how well it holds up. Agent Lang's logic. This is the real scene of the crime.
Hold it!
Looks like we found the real crime scene first. Ha! Brag all you want, but we don't have all that free time, unlike the two of you. You know what you remind me of? A dog licking his wounds as he whimpers home. Well, I guess I should be thankful for all the time you saved me. Shay Shay. That is the Chinese way of saying thank you. That's Chinese for thank you. Shay Shay. And he's Chinese. That's how we say thanks to my country. Hey, that's what I said. You're welcome. I hope he realized we didn't go. I hope he realizes. You're welcome. I hope he realizes we didn't do all of this for him. But I'm here now, so I'll be taking over. As I was saying, this is where the crime took place. Officer Beacons lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage.
Hold it!
Lying in wait. How did Officer Beacons even know the victim was going to come here? Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? And while he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements.
Objection!
Ah, and why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper?
Not so fast!
You mean his motive? Who knows and who cares? You can find that out for yourself when you talk to him in jail. You have no respect for the order of law. Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise. He's right. The lack of a motive is a rather weak argument by itself. So the officer lay in wait on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high.
Hold it!
So you agree with our recreation turned out. So you agree with how our recreation turned out. Like I said, I'm grateful that you were able to save me some time. Alright, but we still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage. Who cares? Maybe he wanted to become the Blue Badger. Who to say he didn't see the stage and decided to put on a Badger stage show of his own? Or maybe there's a completely different reason. What does it matter? It still doesn't change the fact that Officer Beacons stood up on that stage and shot the victim at the ground below. That's the truth your little recreation showed.
Hold it!
So you honestly believe that what you're saying is what's really occurred? Hey, you're the one who came up with this scenario. Are you saying you doubt yourselves? Touche. Unfortunately, Agent Lang's conclusions do not contradict with our recreation. Then does that mean it all went down just as he says? No, not quite. I wonder if what he had recreated earlier was the whole truth. Right here. And when the victim finally showed, he shot from on high. murder notes.
Objection!
I'm terribly sorry, Agent Lang. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You can you cut in quite unexpectedly, after all. What's that supposed to mean? You said that the victim was shot by the killer from up above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. Yeah. Then, yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction. You're discounting your own conclusions? No, this one point is the only flaw. This was the mistaken perimeter in our recreation. The killer's and the victim's locations. Yes, the locations of the killer and the victim were wrong. Ah, I get it. I see what you're trying to say. I believe the killer and the victim was standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. Oh, if this is what's happened, it also explained the positioning of the gunshot wounds. But then, what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume, then, that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try use that data instead. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Slang? Humph. Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Beacons of the crime. Oh boy. Argument. Another bit of proof. And here we go. I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The three marks are indicative of the Blue Badger mobile. That story Officer Beacons told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the Blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area. You believe he moved the body with the car? That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it. The three tired thread marks are very telling, however. Is the Blue Badger mobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Another bit of proof. Okay, hang on everybody. Just need to I need to hydrate for a moment. And then I shall continue. All right. Okay. Hmm. All right. I have hydrated. Why, hello there, Zophar. It is indeed the tire marks. And now it's time to press. Me, exasperated. I mean, I don't know. Just seeing your current ranking on Mega Man X series so far. It sucked my own energy out in disbelief. Wow. Enjoying X3 more than the first game is insane. It's fine, but who knows? Maybe the fourth game will make you think. But we'll see. That's probably going to span another saga all in itself. Anywho, I'm going to continue now. I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there.
Hold it!
Yeah, I saw that little social media post too. You know, that quote is only going to, people are going to freaking most likely vote for Zero, just because we want it for the memes, we want it for the moment. We're gonna get that silly command ready. The truth hurts. I mean, I know people are gonna have a kick out of it. I mean, I wouldn't be against it. Just a little forewarning, though. I mean, Zero's game. I'm not saying like it's gonna be hard or impossible, but don't say I didn't warn you. Yes, that only happens in Zero's route. X doesn't really get that many cool scenes. I will say that much. But yeah, I'm just saying, Zero does get the cooler cutscenes. And he actually is fun to play as. I'm just trying to be as neutral as possible. I'm not trying to show any form of like... Because yeah, like I said, both characters are so great to play. But I know people will be like, it's just Zero compared to his playable appearance in X3, which is very limited. Very limited. Fully playable Zero is still a joy. He is really fun to use. It's just... Zero, you gotta approach the game differently. In other words, you really can't play him like X. I say this is a good thing too. Really, really, I do. But we will see. We will see when the inevitable silly poll happens. Who knows? I may vote for it. I may not vote for it. I might even do the opposite. But anywho, it'll be a grand time for all. Anywho, I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The tire marks? Yes, the tire marks. The ones there behind the stage. They were hidden up until now by the various pieces of stage equipment. As for when they were made, they must have been made after the rain had begun to fall, correct? Yes, and probably around the same time as when the killer's footprints are made. The tires of that blue Badgermobile probably got pretty muddy because of that. I say it's the blue Badgermobile because, well, that's pretty obvious too. The three marks are indicative of the blue Badgermobile.
Hold it!
Three tire mark. I have to agree that the blue Badgermobile has three tires. Of course, the only thing in this park that could make those marks is that roving shop.
Objection!
Are you forgetting that there are, in fact, three of them? You can't simply ignore the pink and the proto Badgermobiles, Agent Lang.
Knuckle back!
Of course, I didn't say it couldn't be either of the other two. But I see no reason to drag them into this just to complicate things. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie.
Hold it!
Of course, you have some sort of proof that it was all a lie, correct? Of course not. Well, that was blunt. But suppose it is a lie, it would explain a lot of things. Like his movements and his whereabouts. He drove the blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder.
Hold it!
Though you still claim that the tire marks belong to the blue Badgermobile, it must have arrived at the scene after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Meekins committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area.
Hold it!
Besides the blue Badgermobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved.
Knuckle back!
Recall what the Wild Wild West area looked like. Only the blue Badgermobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof. I suppose if one were to look at that place, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me that the truth is usually not so easily found. Is there some sort of problem with Agent Lang's statement with regard to that scene? Yes. Looks like the only thing that car was selling was death, not dreams. Only if what Agent Lang believed turns out to be true. The three tired tread marks are very telling, however. Is the blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? So, the second statement here. The three marks are indicative of the blue Badgermobile.
Objection!
Sorry, Agent Lang, but that's an impossible tale. And why is that? Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Beacon's blue Badgermobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves that the blue Badgermobile never had never been to the stadium? Had never been to the stadium. Why, just look at the tires and you can just see right there. There's no, like, sand.
Take that!
Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. Nope. Nah. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed. Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius? Hey, I've got it. What about Miss Oldbag's pink Badgermobile? Don't be ridiculous! I was sleeping the entire time in the second-tier seats. Indeed. I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall. Oh, you mean the Proto-Badger? That's right. There was one more parking space inside that garage. And it proves the existence of a Proto-Badger-mobile. Agent Leg, I suggest that you find this Proto-Badger-mobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Thank you. Nah. Uh, hey, did you hear something? Hey, hell. Oh, look. It's... Help me. Are you alright? Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time? Wild West. With kidnappers. He was in the room next to the one I was held in. Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers. What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped, wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but two. One was a woman. A woman? Quite an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid just said now. Consider it a gift. Now, are you going to get out of my crime scene, or am I going to have to get rough? Again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Oh, no, no, no. Not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily. Don't count on me to testify, because I won't. Not for you. That's right. I won't either. You hear me, young whippersnapper? Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Fair maidens? My, you little rascal. You sure know the way into a woman's heart. Lang Z says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment. And a lady is young forever. Wow. Gonna copy that down. I do like these lengthy sayings. And a lady is young forever. The passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever. Trying to outdo my edgy poo with your fancy schmancy sayings. Let's get this over with, so we're clear. I'm only interested in giving you my statement. Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be. Mr. Edgeworth! We gotta go. Unfortunately. To be continued. Alright. Regrouping with Ernest Amano. Alright. We're almost there. Alright. March 13th, 2:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Wild Wild West, you know, Will Smith. Looks like we got the boot again. With land safe, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper. Miles, my boy! Tell me it's true. Tell me that you've really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium. Then my little Lance is unhurt? Lance Amano. Kidnapping victim, escaped from the kidnapper's hideout, and was found at the stadium. Uh, he's not exactly the picture of a perfect health, but his life is not in danger. He's being questioned right now by Agent Slaying. Poor Lance, it must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a... Oh boy. Alright. Can I do something real quick? Be right back. Hey! Look who it is, everybody! Right over here. Ha 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 ha! Get it? Right? Right over here? Hey, look! Who's that guy supposed to be? What's his name? Ryuichi Naruhodo? You know, that Phoenix Wright guy. Oh, and not only there's Phoenix, look, there's Maya Faye and Pearl Faye. Aw, that's adorable. They say that couples who cross this bridge together will find happiness. Or so the Gatewater Land pamphlet says. But you'd think that they'd already be happy because they were able to come together. Logistics aside, I wonder who came up with this tale and when. This bridge doesn't look bad. This bridge doesn't look old enough to be the stuff of legends. Well, some things are better left uninvestigated, don't you think? Ignorance is bliss. All right. Why is there a blue badger here too? Are you definitely allergic to him or something? It's not that. It's more the half smile on his face. It's really unsettling. She's disturbed by the half smile. I'm more disturbed by its movements and how it's managed to obstruct an investigation. Yep. This man looks suspiciously like the precinct. Look at that lovely smile on the blue badger's face. Ah, it's looking at me. Make it stop. It's scary. It's all right, dear. You want to know something? I was the one who created the blue badger. See, look at his eyes. Don't they look just like Daddy's? It's scary. It's scary because they do look like yours, Daddy. Well, that was rather depressing. I think I'd better leave the two of them alone. The blue badger's daddy. Look, everybody. We met the chief. This is the creator of the blue badger. He made that mascot. You're welcome. To think they were but a hotel. Now they have their own safari park attraction. Talk about a veritable goulash of rides and attractions. With so many of them, you'd think they would have a ninja house. Like one of those buildings with a zillion secret places to hide in. Those are fun. Well, they don't. Hey, how can you be so sure? Oh, I know. I bet they really do have one. But it's hidden in real ninja fashion. Come on out, Ninja House. I know you're around here somewhere. A hidden ninja house. Next she'll be looking for a lost pirate ship. Phoenix. Alright. That map looks like it's got a lot of good stories to tell. That land looks like it's got a lot of good stories to tell about the olden days. Oh, it looks incredibly new to me. Mr. Edgeworth, you need to lighten up and get a sense of humor. That was rather rude, but just this once, I'll look the other way. On second thought, maybe the first thing you need to work on is tact. Yeah. Alright. There's Phoenix again, everybody. And Pearl. And Maya. Okay. Let us talk to Kay. Yes? Anything of interest? What is it, Kay? You look like you've stumbled upon something. I'm kind of confused by all the different events going on. Firstly, there's the kidnapping, and then the co-conspirators of that end up in a murder. And Miss Oldbag saw the crucial moment, but you and Miss Oldbag are kinda... We do not need to investigate further into that last statement. Disregarding the fact of who it came from, the witness's testimony was a mess. However, it did shed some light on the truth behind this case. Well, let's keep investigating and see what other types of people we run into, shall we? Yes. Alright. Okay. Let us continue. Alright. Ah, I've got you now, you vile criminals. I think the kidnappers would have better sense than that to try hiding these. Oh, come on, lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think that the criminals would be hiding here, right in front of the two officers. I certainly hope not. Oh, okay, this is the same text. Alright. Let us talk to... Oh, wait. We can check this now, I think. Oh, no, we can't. Or can we? Alright. So this must be the blue badge mobile that Officer Beacons was driving. He said it was stolen, didn't he? Don't tell me that you were the one who stole it. What the heck are you talking about? I don't even have a license. It's illegal to drive a car without a license. A great thief doesn't break the law. This little girl has a very odd understanding of the word law. Alright. Yeah, this is the same text. Alright. Was looking for more flavor text. Alright. Let's talk to... Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Good work, officer. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I thought you wanted to talk with Mr. Amano and Miss Pops. I do. Perhaps I should start with them before I do anything else. Okay. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Lang's orders. I'll have to deal with this. Okay. Alright, let's talk to Ernest. Yeah, he wouldn't know that. Let's just talk to him about his son, Lance. Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say, I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right. I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him. A letter? A letter. Ah, the way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know? Here, take a look for yourself. Isn't this a breach of confidentiality? Yep. Oh no. It's a very simple love letter. Oh? Hey, let me see, That's really weird. Tender Lender Loan Company. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. My dear Lance Amano, may I come see you again? Your beloved, Viola. uh, Case 3 from Trials and Tribulations. Turnabout for Recipe. The Don Tigre case. Love letter, data, jotted down in my organizer. Love letter. Letter for Lance Amano. The sender is the Tender Lender Loan Company. Yup. There it is. Your beloved Viola. Oh gosh. What was he doing getting a loan from this company? Ho ho. Okay. Alright, we got the letter. I guess it's a love letter? It reads kind of bittersweet. If that was all, I'd say it was nothing more than someone pining for Lance. However, the sender is the lone company, tender lender. And the story takes a super bitter downturn. Okay. Alright. I guess we can talk to Lauren now. Oh boy, Lauren. Do you know what this is? It's a prosecutor's badge. I'm not a bad person. I'm not out to seduce you. Come now, won't you talk? No! You're showing that to me to lord over me with how much authority you have. Well, I will not be bullied. You should be ashamed of yourself, you evil man. How should I repent in order for this woman to talk to me? This right here is Lance's and my castle of love. It's the perfect new house for us made out of candies and sweets. Oh my. But I can't seem to get the door open. Why? Because it is a theme park, and I highly doubt they will let you live here for real. You won't let me in my own house? You truly are a terrible man. You know that? But I have nothing to do with that. Alright. Ah, it's a monster! A hideous monster! I know that may look like a monster, however, I'd like to ask you about it. Oh, Lance up in heaven, lend your little lolly your strength. But he's not dead. If you lend me your strength, I can defeat the bad monster and live a long and happy life. I'm beginning to suspect that you are not very good at this listening business. No. Lance and I met in a street corner by this crosswalk. I was so busy eating a loaf of bread that I ran right into him. It was destiny, as people like to say. I'll take that as she's not interested in this. About what we found when we examined the victim. What? You big bully, I can't believe you showed me something so gruesome. But I have to admit, I kind of like that mavericky aura around him. Oh, Lauren, are you becoming bad as well? She's off in La La Land again, I see. If I show this to her, she'll probably just go on about another one of her fantasies. If you're not going to show it to her, then why not give it to me for safekeeping? Why would I do anything of the sort? Hooray for flavor text. Alright. We shall now talk to Lauren about Lance. He loves me not. He loves me not. Aw, that's the 12th one. No, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try. Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers you've gone through. I suppose, if they were me, then... I believe you said that you are Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct? Yes, I am. But, oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends either. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. Ah, it's so wonderful. You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring? So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out or is it just one-sided? Decided. Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know? My father used to work for Mr. Amano, and so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud. I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano group. What did he do? I heard his job was to fly around the world. Pegasus. Pegasus. Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. But now it's all changed. My father, he isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned. Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Sounds like the stuff legends are made of. It's been so long, I don't think I'd recognize him if we were to ever meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live. About the case. About this incident. Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incident. How did you come to know that lads have been kidnapped? Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition. You based everything on that. I know everything when it comes to my lands. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. Blush. She started fantasizing again. So what are you going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth? We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. That would be... well, the kidnapper's hideout. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout. But we're still not allowed in, remember? Agent Lang and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there is no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. Alright. So, let us go talk. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Megans. Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sir, Roger, sir. That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Did Agent Lang order you not to allow me in? Sir, that's true, sir, but... Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I couldn't refuse a request from him. Wow. Looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? The man in this picture. Isn't it Mr. Oliver Deacon? Colin Devilray. Male. He's right-handed. 5'8", 123.45 pounds. Whereabouts unknown after his escape. The man in this picture, isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? But the name here says Colin Devilray. That's the same name as the one on the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Devoray was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in a case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently, he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. Colin Devoray Dozier Data. Jotted down my organizer. Colin Devoray Dozier. Details Oliver Deacon's real name and history. Let's see. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Penn E. Dent Prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and this current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine. It's fine. Let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through. I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer. It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir. I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Care to explain in a bit more detail? Sir, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Lang's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. March 13th, 2:55 p.m. Kidnapper's hideout. Oh boy. So this is where the kidnappers planned their foul deed. Wow, you were tied up for a while in the room next door. Hee hee. Hey, please, must you bring that up again? Yes. Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. Begin investigation. Kidnapper's hideout. Alright. Yes, kidnapper's hideout. So this is the room next to the one we were held prisoners in. You know, I took a peek in here through the door from the other room. As did I, Kay. Anyway, if this room was truly the kidnapper's hideout, then that means there should be some clues to their identities here, right? I don't know if there are. However, the probability is quite high. I believe a thorough combing of this room is necessary. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Must you keep reminding me? But it's the room where I got to see your awesome Nago face. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Cheap styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. They were on top of the table. The coffee looks like it was poured today. I wonder what this key is to. You got me. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it. This must be the key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trapdoor. You only called it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I am not having this conversation with you. The poster of Gatewater Land is stuck on this wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige, Gatewater Land has it all, and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. There are three chairs set around the table. Folding chairs. Three of them were set up. It's very likely that the kidnappers sat in these. Alright. We have checked all the things. This must be where they dispose of old and worn out costumes. That's so sad. It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. Costume pieces. In the hideout, there is a trash bin for old and useless costumes. Aw. A sign advertising the photo rally. Something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do, and I'm gonna get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see. She definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. I feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away. I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Oh, they have barrels like these just outside. Yes, Ed. Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes that I'm about to dash. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room too. It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage cave. I know that. The door leading to the outside world was locked. So Lance must have escaped his prison through here. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. I won't express until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Okay. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. Be careful of where you step, Kay. I only fell into that other opening once, you know. Oh, they have barrels like this outside. Yes, Ed? Well, I know I already asked you. Okay, same thing. That doorknob handle thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. But how is that possible after what that officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How could that be? The door leading outside. The door had to be forced open, yet the lock is intact. Was it not locked? Looks like a sword. Looks like a sword, a broken sword. Strange, why would it be broken like that? The broken prop sword. Found lying next to the door, broken cleanly in half. Ah, swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. We shall. And now, I believe I found everything there is to this room, so that means it is time to use the power of logic. Let's see. Broken prop sword. And the door leading outside. Found lying next to the door, broken cleanly in half. The door leading outside. The door had to be forced open, yet the lock is intact. Was it not locked? It's a bit strange that the police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock, and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said that it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight, despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean? Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed? So that's how the sword broke. Broken prop sword data jotted down by organizer. Broken prop sword was used to jam the handle to the hideout's door. Alright, let's take a look at that real quick. Yep. This reminds me of a saying, till one's sword breaks and the one's arrows run out. Except that we are not dealing with any arrows. I guess not. I wonder where they went. Oh, I know. I bet it's because I already stole them. I sincerely hope that she is kidding. Yes. Now then. Back to logic. Three cups. They were on top of the table. The coffee looks like it was poured today. And folding chairs. Three of them were set up. It's very likely that the kidnappers sat in these. The common denominator between the cups and the folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed, something isn't adding up, literally. Is it possible there is a third kidnapper that landed at sea? I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead, we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Ah, what is it? Well, well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct? What are you doing, suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that? This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We Badgers also make use of it in our duties. Look, why don't you get out of there first and then we'll talk, okay? Ah, I beg your pardon, miss. Proto Badger, get. All right, only one more to go. What are you getting all excited about? And also, it just occurred to me, I don't think it's a reference. Her jumping pose there reminds me of Marl's victory pose in Chrono Trigger. Except she would stay in midair after her pose. What are you getting all excited about? Did you forget? The photo rally, duh. See, look. Now all I have to do is get a picture of the bad badger, and I'm done. Ah, yes, I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. Oh, what? It's gone, but where did it go? What happened? What's wrong? A bad badger costume is missing, sir. Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnappers stole it. I heard about how they were stolen. but they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken. What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone? Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you use. Oh boy, we get to talk to the Proto Badger. Anything of interest? Hey, are you participating in that Blue Badger photo rally? Yeah, I figure since I came all this way, I might as well. Plus, I want the prize. The prize? It's a handcuff-shaped notepad. Wait, or is it a notepad-shaped set of handcuffs? Either way, they both sound incredibly useless. Hey, you don't know that, and I'm sure I can figure out what it's to use it for, whichever it is. A notepad might be useful, but I don't see when she will ever need a set of handcuffs. Alright, let's talk to the Proto Badger. What did you mean by a bad badger costume is missing? Why, just what I said, sir. We are 1 bad badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times. Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room. The other should be in that room. Ah, actually, both of them should be in that room. The other should be in that room. Ah, actually, both of them should be in that room. Huh? What do you mean? Normally, we don't use the bad badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's the stage show where the bad badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir. I'm speechless that such a show exists. Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume. Then doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the bad badger? Personally, I can't believe that it's this close to show time and there's no costume. Oh dear, what am I to do, sir? All this basically means is that the kidnappers stole 4 costumes in total. Then are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers? No, I don't think that's very likely. Oh, recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist? Why, that would be the pink badger costume. Yep, right there.
Take that!
If you had 4 people, and you had wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet, the kidnappers decided to steal another bad badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 bad badger costumes, but the question is, why? Unaccounted for bad badger. A 4th stolen costume by the 3-person kidnapping group. Where's the other costume? And the way that the Proto Badger was speaking, his speaking mannerisms was basically the bellboy from the first game. The bellboy from Case 2. From the first game. That's neat. Never really thought of it until now. Alright. And now, it's time to use logic. And here we go. Tossed in pieces. In the hideout, there is a trash bin for both old and useless costumes. Unaccounted for bad badger. A 4th stolen costume by the 3-person kidnapping group. Where's the other costume? The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. Hmm? What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right. Let's get it out of there and take a look. As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume. Well, minus the head. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. The ones over by the table probably came from this stack. There are 3 folding chairs over on this side. I can't say they were arranged nearly as nicely as their siblings to the right. You think so? I think they're just fine, like a bunch of used chairs ought to be. I'm beginning to think you must keep a most chaotic room. Hey, don't slander and sigh at me all in one shot. I wonder why this Bad Badger's costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh wound from a fight with the Blue Badger. I always knew the Blue Badger was one ferocious beast. I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay. Alright. So. Alright. So. It looks like this was torn off from something. Look, its hand is hurt. It looks more like something was ripped off of it. Yep. Something was indeed ripped off of it. We will deduce this part. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yes. And that would be the Blue Badger Bible, because look. The Bad Badger's holding a gun in his right hand. It's silly.
Eureka!
I believe that we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is not holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun. Precisely. The Bad Badger was designed to always hold a gun in his right hand. However, you there, did you remove the gun from this Bad Badger's right hand? No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume. As I thought, the rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto Badger, the gun is, of course, not a functioning weapon, correct? Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. And yeah, the bellboy, he would say absolutely just like that with that text. Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show. It seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costumed friend. Missing model gun. Data jotted down by organizer. Missing model gun was ripped from the Bad Badger costume. It's capable of firing blanks. Okay. Investigation complete. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, we found a few answers, but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. March 13th, 3:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. You've got to hurry, sir. Come on. What is it, detective? They found a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir. What? Isn't that one of the kidnappers was wearing? Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing? Bingo! That's why you've gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we still might be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir. Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. To be continued. And we're almost to the end of this case, everybody. Thank you all for being out there, wherever you are. Appreciate you. Save complete. Lather. Final confrontation. Former. Alright. Let me save again. And we're gonna finish us off soon. I got 2 more parts. It's this part, and then 1 more part. March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gate Water, Land, Main Gate. Hmm. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe? Just on the other side of the fountain, sir. Oh boy. Was it out here in the open all along? No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We moved it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly. Then let's get down to it. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Alright. Oh boy, oh boy. This headpiece is supposed to be the Blue Badger Officer Beacon's cross paths with. Oh, the nerve of someone throwing a Blue Badger away like this. I worked so hard to create this character. It's like my baby. How could someone do this, sir? How? Detective, how about channeling your anger towards finding the culprits? Good idea. Oh, wait until I get my hands on. So, who are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Why don't you try figuring it out yourself for a change? Hang on, everybody. I'm gonna take a short fry break. I was given some fries from Burger King, so I'm gonna devour a few of these. Okay, hang on, everyone. Just washing my hands here with some moist towelettes. Actually, hang on. I'm going to wash my hands again. Or rather, I'm going to go wash my hands. Be right back, everybody. Stare at the Blue Badger for a bit. Yeah. It was... Alright, hang on. Oh, man. Alright, I returned. Yeah, I went to go wash my hands. Alright, I'm here and accounted for. Let me hydrate again. Ah. Uh, Alright, we're good. We're great. Alright, here I go. Alright, we'll check the super special obvious spot in a moment. I'm just looking for more flavor text. Like here. It's the Blue Badger's body section. What a waste. How so? Going through all the trouble to steal this costume only to throw it away in the end. A real thief wouldn't do such a thing. Nope, no way. I wouldn't think a real thief would steal something so gaudy to begin with. Okay, let's check here. What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. That's two treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made out of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon. Is it possible that these two... Hold it right there! Ah, snap. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Ugh. A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence. How can you tell? Look here and read off what you see. Ooh, Lauren. Lauren? Lauren D? Speaking of Lauren D, oh man. I remember I used to watch something called The Fun Zone on WDZL or something. That was like channel 39 for me, where I live still. And I remember she used to like give out toy prizes and stuff. You dial the phone. And there was like cartoons that played afterwards. It's been so long. I don't know, that was just something random. I don't think nobody will ever know what I'm even talking about. I just remembered somebody with the name Lauren D. Like it was like a TV personality. Anyway, don't mind me. Don't mind my random reminiscing and musing of something from my childhood. Ugh. And sorry for even using the word childhood. That word gets thrown around a lot in some contexts. But anyway. Lauren. Hey, it's a name that's engraved on this. Mrs. Pop's pendant. Mrs. Pop's pendant. Miss Pop's pendant. Data. Jolted down in my organizer. Miss Pop's pendant. It's shaped like a pair of wings. Lauren D is engraved on the back. Oh no. Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper. No, you don't understand. Lolly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers. Lance. You're kidding. Miss Pops was one of the kidnappers? What? Yes. What? It was me. I held Lance hostage. So Miss Pops is one of the kidnappers. Oh boy. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved or over. Yeah, we have to figure out the murder. Hey guys, case closed. Get the car ready. And I made a special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor. What is it this time? Are you proposing that Miss Pops is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Beacons was your suspect. We found it. Found what? That officer's gun? He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. Who are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't be a murder weapon. So Officer Beacons has been cleared of all charges, I see. And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happened because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Miss Pops, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it. Thanks for the confession.
Objection!
Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed. Look at you, so sure of yourself. We've got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for? Miss Thorne Pops. Yes? I want to hear from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and the killer. Isn't that enough? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't? I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as the losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today. Oh no, Miss Pops' confession. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Amano would pay anything to get his son back after all. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me. Oh no. There. Are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much. Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Miss Pops' confession. Alright. What's wrong, Kay? I can't believe she was betrayed. I kind of feel sorry for her. I feel a little sorry for her too, however. I also wish she would tell us the whole truth. because there is something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession, but I'll give it another careful listen and see. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house. A few times, that's it. Yes. If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if he hardly ever talked, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan?
Knuckle back!
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning, which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Shina? Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself. Ha! I bet he didn't see that one coming. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance
Hold
hostage.
it!
You knew? How did you know something like that? Oh no, what should I do? Kay, what's wrong? Kay, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious you're making your scary face again? That's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? No, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. She's been bewitched by your icy glare. Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony. Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Amano will pay anything to get his son back after all.
Hold it!
Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Amano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure. I suppose he would be a doting father like Mr. Amano. I always figured that was it too, and I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because you're dad's. I got this pendant from my father, and I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. It's a pendant in the shape of a pair of wings. It has a rather nice aesthetic to it. Hey, nice to see that even you can appreciate its beauty. Things made of platinum silver tend to have a nice feeling about them, you know? I was only talking about its shape, Kay. Oh, is that what you were talking about? But, you know, if we're talking about what wing shapes, I think the brooch on my scarf is way cooler. But that's not made of platinum silver, is it? It's handmade, okay, so I'm sorry that it's not made of the expensive stuff. She made that by herself. It's incredibly well crafted. Lauren D. Lauren D is engraved into this pendant. I see that they wrote out her first name, but why just a D? Maybe it's the result of poor planning. I guess. Well, at least if I had to shorten my name, I could make it K. Faraday. That way, even if you just sounded it out, it'd still say my name, K. Faraday. I suppose if I had to do the same, I would also abbreviate it as M. Edgeworth. Hold on, I think you should abbreviate it as M.E. Get it? Haha. B. Who could have thought that this little pendant could stir up such a strange conversation? Yeah, right? And I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus. That pendant. She must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus. Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money...
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself? Well, first we captured Lance. Oh, how did you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. But here I thought you knew how to steal people away. I shudder to think what she would do with such knowledge. Sorry, I really don't know, but somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but Mr. Deacon turned on me and he tried to kill me.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did? I have no idea, but maybe he had planned on doing so from the very beginning. Miss Pops. Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Mr. Pops from the very beginning. Was that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Yes. We shall raise an objection. I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is all that likely. Huh? I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you. But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money. Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you? What do you mean? You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon wouldn't have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops. And that would be his... Well, we kind of found out the little clue on the pendant. Because... what if that D stands for Devil Ray?
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me? So what about the pendant? This pair of wings, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are. Because it's, you know, the wings of Pegasus.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other. Wouldn't you agree? Hey, you're right. They're the same color. And they're even made of the same material. I believe that these two pendants are actually one. Yeah. Shall we give it a try? Eh? Wow, it's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's? Oh yeah, Lauren Deacon. Not Devil Ray. Or, no wait, yeah. You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be. No, that can't be! So the two make a set. Heh, it's just another trinket. It's not as though this changes anything. Humph, you lack imagination, Agent Lang. Very well. I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant. And that would be the dossier of Colin Devoray. Because yeah. The D stands for Devoray.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. Yep. His real name was Colin Devoray, the name that is etched on the horse pendant. What? An alias? I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given that it is written in Mr. Devilray's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section is what reveals a true meaning behind those pendants. Right here. Right here. This right here. Sole daughter.
Take that!
Mr. Devilray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Pops. It's a lie. That person was not my father. Oh, shush. He couldn't come out and tell you he was your father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Oh. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in a kidnapping plot?
Not so fast!
And what is so funny, Agent Lang? You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you? What are you trying to say? Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility. Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Oh boy, Lang's argument, another possibility. I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano. And the two of them make good use of their meetings to plan their little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well? So this is his version of how things might have been. You don't have any proof that they didn't know of their true relationship, right? And you're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together? That's right, as one really rotten family. Is that really what happened? I had better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Rebuttal. Another possibility. Alright. Agent Lang isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You better hurry up and do something or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first, is Agent Lang's line of logic is factually correct? Was the crime really committed by the two of them? By this father-daughter pair? I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter.
Hold it!
Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter?
Not so fast!
I've seen a lot of things in my travels. And I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact?
Hold it!
You think they knew? Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't. Because he was on the lam. You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the house of Amano.
Hold it!
One as a butler, and one as the friend of his son. You mean, the friend of the son. They probably thought that was their best shot. Is that what you honestly believe? Of course. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping.
Hold it!
You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives? Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair. The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were in fact family. Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence. Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Oh yeah? We got the evidence. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. The kidnappers stole three costumes, a blue proto and bad badger. Stolen costumes.
Objection!
This kidnapping was planned by just two people alone. And what kind of proof do you have of that? Quite simply, there were three kidnappers. Three? Four costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnappers' hideout. But as for the other three, we could assume they were being worn by three different people. We also found a set of three cups and three folding chairs that were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a three-man group. And I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping. Who? Who is this mastermind? I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping. Dun-dun-dun. It's none other than Lance Amano. Ta-da!
Take that!
Lance Amano? Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces, but two. One was a woman. However, there were three kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said. But I know I only saw two people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possible he couldn't see all three of them. Ah, yes. About when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive? I really don't remember much anymore, honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you? Oh boy, that vacant stare. Lance's testimony. What an outfit. Okay. I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded, the entire time. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared, around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me out alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could. Through the underground passageway, I presume. Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right? No, not quite yet. Ah, how can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Because he can see through your BS. Because he's a prosecutor. And because they're all like that. I'll have you know, Agent Lang, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. Yeah. I mean, you didn't believe that before. But you came around. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. I mean, yeah. There's a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Lance's testimony. Alright. Boy, does that bring back memories of our situation, how we made our escape. Indeed. And although the door in the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door in the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway. A secret passageway under a theme park. Oh, that just sounds like so much fun. I wonder, is there something off about the way Lance made his escape? I was kidnapped yesterday morning.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail? It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm. And where were you when you experienced this calm? Our family garden, of course. Where else could it have been? I don't know. Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince. I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then out of the blue, someone from behind clamps a hand over my mouth. You didn't see your attacker. They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. They had me shut in that room, blindfolded the entire time.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct? Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape. Then, you were in the same room as your kidnappers? They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. It was definitely two people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared, I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared. The room fell into a sudden silence. I have been left behind like an unwanted mutt. And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know. It's a poetic simile. You should learn how to use them, too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. A figure of speech that compares two different things. It's like it always uses the words like or as to make the comparison. Writers use similes to make descriptions clear, fun, and easy to picture. As brave as a lion, sleeps like a log, as cold as ice, runs like the wind. Okay. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone.
Hold it!
Then those cuffs on your wrists, I suppose you are still cuffed in that case. I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape? I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape. I remember our escape to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined. The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway.
Hold it!
By underground passageway, you mean the one the staff uses to travel unnoticed. I suppose that's what it's for, but I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. And once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police. And that is when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose? Let me ask you then, how did you get a hold of the key to the underground door? That was easy. It was hanging right there in the room, on the wall. I do recall a key hanging on the wall right beside the table. Boy, does that bring back memories of our situation, how we made our escape. Indeed, although the door to the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door to the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway. A secret passageway, yeah. Is there something off about the way Lance made his escape? Yeah. That was the same, bit of text from last time. So, the door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway. This was used to jam the handle to the hideout's door.
Objection!
You say that the door leading out was locked, but was it really? We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Right, Shina? Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this. What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that. Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by this sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lads, even though your hands were cuffed together, you could still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape? Why didn't I? I was disoriented. Yes, that's it. I didn't notice it. As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own.
Not so fast!
You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way. And what would that be? A motive. What else? Do you honestly think that an upright, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme, such as kidnapping himself? And here's our first close-up shot of Shilong Lei.
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime. And it's right here. Loan Company.
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is, in fact, a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Ah! Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh? Alright, I give up. I have done it myself. Lance! It's over, Lottie. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. As I mentioned a while ago, Lauren Pops, Lollipops, that nickname right there, Lollipops. There you go. It's over, Lottie. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off of that 1 million, but now that dream is over. Oh, Lance. Then are you giving yourself up? Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my lolly. Oliver even helped us with the plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back. He turned on you? Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. Oh no. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the blue badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Beacon saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a bad badger costume, took the suitcase with the $1 million and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly. I still don't believe it! That person was not my father. Because if he was, I just killed my own father. Lolly, then it really was you. Wow. Chain of events. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. There was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life. Oh no. I think the big picture is finally coming to focus, don't you? Lolly, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something as so frightening. If only I could have protected you. So, Miss Pops, she shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? But why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more, and you'll see. Oh no, don't cut off your hair. Poor Miss Pops. What will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. That man was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium...
Hold it!
Please calm down. Let's slowly talk through this. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright, so at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the million in it. With the 1 million in it.
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone and he told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money, and about how he had a gun. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance.
Hold it!
You shot Mr. Deacon? Miss Pops. Yes, I shot him. And that, as they say, is that. Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from down. Agent Lang, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet. You're going to continue questioning her? What a waste of time. Miss Pops, if you please. All right. There was a gunshot, and the other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran scared for my life.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot? Yes. And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot? I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done this exact same thing. Alright. Third statement. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. But it's true. My father's left arm... But it's true! My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Left arm, you say? Hold it. Let's stop you right there. It says here, he was right-handed. Da-da-da. But it's true, my father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops, please calm down and take a deep breath. And then would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. But that badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes, I'm about to die, I thought. So... Aw, Boosh. You wanna play the video game? No, Boosh, stop. Oh, okay. Anyway, we're gonna present the evidence. Right here. So easy to point out. But that badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot at me dead. Why would he shoot at you with his left hand when he's right-handed?
Objection!
I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Alright. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Ah, then... The person pointing a gun at you atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The bad badger has a model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that? Agent Lay, were you paying attention to what Miss Pops was saying? Then again, I suppose I can't expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it. Enough of the smugness. Out with it already. Oh, first time Lang is sweating here. Miss Pops told us earlier. There was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the 1 million in it. According to you, the bad badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Pops? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the bad badger. It had those huge sunglasses on its face. But if that's the case, even I can see there is a huge contradiction. Yes, Miss Pops claims to have seen the bad badger, and yet the bad badger had both of his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so one must be wrong. That will be both are correct. They are both correct. Impossible. That just leaves us with an irresolvable contradiction. Miss Pop's entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that bad badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the bad badger to freely use both of his hands. We will present the evidence, the bad badger's head.
Take that!
The costumes have two parts to them, a head and the body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Pop saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, it is not possible that the body was that of an entirely different badger. A different badger. Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the bad badger Miss Pop saw really belonged to this badger. None other than the proto badger.
Take that!
What the heck is it? It's the proto badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Pops was wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the proto badger costume. Miss Pops, who was the one who wore the proto badger costume? That would be Lance.
Knuckle back!
Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which he plotted to shoot Miss Pops while wearing that hideous thing? The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Pops into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Pops and pretending to be the victim. It was all done so that she could pull the trigger. Ha 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 ha! I have no idea what you're talking about. You're sweating. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh? There is but one reason, Lance Amano. You are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deacon. What? What? No! That's slander. Take it back. You take it back right now. Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand? I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything? It depends. According to Miss Pops, her attacker held a gun in his left hand.
Knuckle back!
Ha! Who is what-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the Proto Badger is bulletproof. One misfire, and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course, logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well, and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. The bad badger's head.
Take that!
He prepared this thinking he could set it up and use it to protect himself. That's completely illogical. Besides, you think it would have been mentioned in one of the testimonies by now? Oh, my bad. That was the wrong piece of evidence. Lance was pointing a gun, meaning it's unlikely he was using some sort of barrier. I may need to turn my entire logic on this upside down. Do you really think he had a way to prevent himself from being shot? It's not possible, especially if he's using this. It was the... Hold up. Oh. You can present... I forgot you can present profiles as well. Hmm. So it wasn't the Bad Badger's helm head. Hold on, everybody. It was... Hang on. No, this is not right. My apologies, everybody. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I thought. The Bad Badger's head was the correct answer, wasn't it?
Take that!
No. Hang on. No, that wasn't it. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. It wasn't the Bad Badger's head. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. It wasn't? Oh, wait. Was it? Hang on.
Take that!
No, that wasn't it. It was... Oh. Was it the victim's costume?
Take that!
No, it wasn't it. Let's see. Oh, wait. Logic stolen costumes. Was it the stolen costumes?
Take that!
No, that wasn't it. Oh, wait. Was it the missing bottle gun? That was probably it.
Take that!
Yeah, it was a missing bottle gun. Duh. Yeah. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet. The missing bottle gun. We found one half of a Bad Badger costume, the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing. Plus, it was missing something. And that something is the bottle gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks. What? Miss Pops, where is the gun used now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although I believe that we can safely assume that it was the bottle gun in question.
Not so fast!
I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture. I admit that as long as the bottle gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high. Okay, let's pretend that you're right, and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't know yet. Ha! I knew you were full of it. However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Yeah, I'm still going. Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because I saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance. She saw the victim in the state of being restrained. Oh, what Miss Potts saw. Oh boy, what did she see? I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape. So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right? We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. But then, as I was walking through the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone. Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then, the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plan to meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still alive at that time. Wouldn't you agree? Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. It's fine. It's all good. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. What Miss Pop saw. If Mr. Deacon was alive at the hideout, then the murder must have happened after that, meaning it probably all went down at the stage. I mean, I can't really see why Miss Pops would lie at a time like this. Hey, I don't think she is lying, but rather that she is making a bad assumption. She is? Yes, and I intend to show what that bad assumption is. I came back to the hideout long after the other two.
Hold it!
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout? It was after we had picked up the ransom money. And where were you up until the point you returned? I was scouting the park out and making preparations for our escape. I walked around in the various areas looking for the best route. Ah, so much of them had their own roles to play. After I was done, I went back to the hideout. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at that time? He looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw that sadness in his eyes, Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like? After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
Hold it!
I assume you two split up, but plan to rendezvous later at a set time and place. Yes, we planned to meet up at the stage, and then I left the hideout not long after. And what about the ransom money? You mean that absolutely tasteless suitcase? Lance was supposed to bring that with him. But Oliver stole it from me, along with the gun, when he escaped. If Mr. Deacon was alive in the hideout... Okay, yeah. Alright, that was the same text from before. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door.
Hold it!
You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw? Yes, I am certain of what I saw. Did you go into the other room to check? Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul. Then are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself? I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon. She saw a bad badger head. The captive had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
So the tied up Mr. Deacon was still in his bad badger costume. Yes, and? It would appear that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? Yes, we shall raise an objection. The person you saw was not the victim. What? Why not? I will tell you why not. With this. This, Miss Pops, shows us that the person you saw was not the victim. The bad badger's head.
Take that!
Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all. Huh? The person you actually saw was this person. Me. Miles Edgeworth. It was me. Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edgeworth? I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me, even after I had handed over the ransom? Yeah. It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the 1 million. I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we could assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Lance, am I right? That's... You showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on, and then made your costume escape together, or so you pretended. Huh? What do you mean he pretended? Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with the prop sword. He did escape via the passageway.
Knock him back!
Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. The victim's betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All of that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right. You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor. Even if that were the case, Miss Pops would have still seen me tied to that beam. I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. So I really have no idea if you were in there or not, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Ugh. Hold it. Who said that? Please wait. Mr. Amano. Ho ho ho, Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. The Dad? Let's see. You're the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh? Oh, do you now? What? Is that what I think it is? It's the Bad Badger costume the victim was wearing, and a gun. I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Ugh. Is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? No. There. Now. Agent Lang, please calm down. What the heck is that scrap of paper? This appears to be a letter from the Chief of Police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says. What? The Chief of Police? What the? Just who does he think he is? The Chief of Police? The person who wields the highest authority in this area. Ho ho ho, there. Now, there is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand. It doesn't matter who found the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright, now let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I had a special forensics research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the tests. They verified that the blood on this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they could find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around. That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence? Ha! I'll be the judge of that. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Alright. So... Wow. Alright. Here goes. What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey, they sparkle. I bet they're really valuable. Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror. But why are they in here? Mirror fragments. Data jotted down by an organizer. These were found inside the victim's costume. Why were they there in the first place? And now we'll check. Would this gun be the actual murder weapon? Revolver data jotted down in my organizer. Revolver, used to kill Deacon, was originally stolen from guard by victim during escape. They found Miss Pops' fingerprints on this gun. Can you let me hold it for a sec? I shouldn't if we don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pops' prints are on it. Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take a look, that's all. It's not like I'm going to run off with it. The only things I don't return are treasures. Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know. Okay. This bullet hole. It looks kind of burnt around the edges. Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact. Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range. Victim's costume. Data updated in my organizer. Victim's costume. Worn at time of shooting. Gunpowder burn is proof he was shot point-blank. Well, are these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. This should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there. Oh, please. Decisive evidence? We shall see. We shall see. Make no mistake. There are fingerprints on that murderous gun. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense. The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no, this isn't helpful at all. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes the punishment for her crimes. That may be all you can do. However, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie. You wound me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence? Oh, please. And they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver.
Hold it!
You sure are calm for someone who is accusing his own girlfriend of murder. You have it all wrong. Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. She says that she also wants to pay back her debt to society, but Oliver was also after Lolly's life.
Hold it!
And why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Miss Pops' life? I suppose it's because he wanted to silence her, to keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping. In that case, why did he not target you as well? That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Ho ho ho, right you are, even if it cost me millions. I would have had the killer found. I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason. However, I digress. Look, more than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried about what will happen to Lolly. So, Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
Hold it!
Justified self-defense. I suppose that is a possibility, given the circumstances. Really? Oh, thank goodness. However, self-defense was not necessary in this case. What do you mean? Miss Pops is innocent. She didn't do anything, so why would she need to defend herself from nothing? You still don't believe a word I say, do you? His entire argument hinges on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie there. It lies in whatever he is hiding from me, but not for long. Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Pops? There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensics techniques money can buy performed. I find that to be a bit peculiar. What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Raise an objection. Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Pop's prints should be on that gun to begin with. And the reason why Miss Pop's prints should not be on the gun is... You can actually present 3 pieces of evidence here. You could just choose either the stolen costumes, Bad Badger's head, or even the Blue Badger Bible.
Take that!
It's simply not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon, because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume. Boom. Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints. Why are you so adamant about that, Ernest? Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching that gun at all at any time? Ah, yes. As a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. To retrieve the ransom money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pops' prints found their way onto the gun. Brrr. Do you understand now, Mr. Amano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer. But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right? You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer. Oh, Lance. What? No way. I'm incredibly worried about her. But that doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right? That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence. What? How? The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the victim. The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium. The whole affair is simply not true, because that was not the real crime scene, but a setup. Oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all. We will present the victim's costume. Worn at time of shooting. Gunpowder burn is proof he was shot from point blank.
Take that!
Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it. And that would be none other than the bullet hole.
Take that!
The burn wound this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then you mean the murder Miss Oldbag saw at the stadium really was? Yes, she saw 2 people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn. Urgh. Look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then? Well, it's easy. Lance set me up to look like Mr. Deacon back at the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was in prison was... I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here. Haunted house.
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house. The haunted house? Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was a haunted house? The freaking mirror fragments.
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror. A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything? Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with a revolver in the haunted house. It was Lance Amano in the haunted house with the revolver. After that, you stole the Blue Badger mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the Blue Badger mobile was stolen confirms this as fact. Miles, my boy, say no more. I'm sorry, Mr. Amano, but I cannot do that. Be quiet. Yes, please, do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. Oh! How dare you? I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit too presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Shina! Wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout? Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that's for the haunted house. You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there? But to Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low. Probability? Lang Z says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. Ooh. I like that. I like that a lot. On truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question is, Mr. Prosecutor, do you have the definitive proof you need? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no. See, so since you don't have any, shut up! I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people at the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place at the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. What now, Mr. Edgeworth? Agent Lang, I have a special request. Yeah? I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth. Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing. Got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is. Tina! I'm here. Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately. Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval. Hold it. Who was that? Now. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval. Mr. Amano, Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Shina! It's the deed to the haunted house. The deed? Read it out loud. Read it out loud. Gatewater Land Corp. Inc. Gatewater Land Inc. hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Amano for the lump sum of 1 million, paid in full in cash. What? Ho ho ho! As you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house. Are you kidding? When did you? I ran into the owner of the park earlier, and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye. That 1 million you paid. Don't tell me it was. Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? Wow. I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now. You used the ransom money? My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are. So if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course. While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Amano was out there preempting us. Wow. Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. That's messed up. Agent Lang, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper. Who the hell do you think you are? Ugh. Mr. Amano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. Damn. To be continued. Nah. We're finishing this. Because we are going to finish it. Like right now. This is the last part now. March 13th, 4:27 p.m. Gatewater Land, main gates. If I can't get permission to investigate the crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero of justice appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Kay Faraday, the second of the great Yatagarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Yatagarasu is noble, and is always a thief of justice. That's, of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Ah yes, my Deus Ex Machina device. Plus, if we didn't factor in everyone's testimony, you could recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Lay. Ah, so you want to use your little toy. Be my guest. Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe. Is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprints among the police's reference documents? Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case. All right. I'll input the haunted house data then. Hey, Ernest Amano. Suck it. You just wasted $1 million for nothing. Get wrecked. What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside a haunted house. Yeah, that haunted house you brought for $1 million. Dumbass. Even if we can't inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. That's right, everybody. Power of logic. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet. Heh, maybe I have, and maybe I haven't. But I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well. I'd like to inspect the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at the time. At that time, if I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money into the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Eh? What was a badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it was strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. Do you know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll just program a badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete. Then I started walking towards the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But that's odd. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There is only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here. Oh yeah. Over here. Where the blue badger was. Point B.
Take that!
B for badger. That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was in fact a costumed kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no other hiding place than this. Hey, not bad. I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Okay. Uh-oh. Well, lads. What are you asking me for? As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first. I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money. He didn't set foot inside. Is he telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright then, you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me. Yes, I'm sure it was him. Okay, inputting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the bad badger, right? Since the bad badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Begin investigation. Haunted house. Oh boy. I remember glancing over and seeing this figure sitting here as I left the dining room. So I guess I got it spot on when I put it here in my recreation. I didn't take a good look, but I'm sure there was a badger here. When you take a look around, it almost feels more like a house of mirrors. Indeed, who has ever heard of this many mirrors inside of a haunted house before? Well, at least we know this is the real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Like a mirror house haunted house hybrid, this place is full of mirrors. Whoa, you're only smoking mirrors. Hey, wait, these shards, there's something different about them. Oh, the ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on this wall. And look, there's some sort of design on the back too. The pieces for that costume is certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? Mirror fragments. Data updated by organizer. Mirror fragments, different from the mirrors on the walls, very thick, and has a design on the back. I imagine this is how he snuck up on you. That gadget of yours can even replicate people's movements? Well, it's used to plan heists, so of course it's gotta be able to simulate the police. It's definitely very well made. Perhaps too well made. Maybe I should confiscate it after the investigation. Pieces of a set of armor are in a pile here. Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses? I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of the abnormalcy. Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? Now try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it. That may prove to be a most difficult task. Let's see. Abnormalcy. A state, condition, or instance of being abnormal. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's see. Miss Pops, by my hand, I will prove your innocence in the murder of Mr. Deacon. Therefore, please don't fret. It will soon be over. Do you not trust me? That is... Your face is all beet red, Miss Pops. No, I can't. I have Lance. Lolly, don't tell me that you like that guy more than me. I mean, you kinda suck. You're trying to pin all this stuff on... Lolly. On Lauren. That's... Oh, why am I so pathetic? I'm so easily swayed by even a single glance. I'm, what exactly is she going on about? I think you have another guilty person on your hands, Mr. Edgeworth. And this punk. Miles, my boy, what is the meaning of all this? Do you plan to pay me back for all I've done for you with the conviction of my son? Yes. I have not forgotten my debt to you. However, your son's crimes are a separate matter. Further, I can't ignore the truth when it's right before me. You will regret this, I promise you that. No matter the outcome, I never regret the choices I make. You can lie all you want, but it would be all for naught, lads. As soon as I expose the truth, you will be placed under arrest. How can you do this after all that my dad has done for you? What your father has done for me is unrelated to the charges you face now. Unbelievable. You know, you sound kind of like a bully right now, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah. If I'm not serious about this, he will never understand the true gravity of his crimes. I will not allow him to remain a child forever. Haha, now you sound like a dad. I mean, he is kind of a dad. Nowadays. So, have you noticed anything worthwhile? So have you have you noticed anything worthwhile? I have no obligation to talk with you. Well, I'm fine with just a little thief in solving this case. That toy, it's very well made. Haha, that's because it's the heart of the noble thief Yatagarasu. Hey, that may not be something you want to advertise to everyone. So Shinna, what exactly is the source of this extra-dimensional-like space? I believe this is nothing more than a projection for that girl's toy. So it's all an illusion, right? Yes. Hey, don't treat this like some sort of silly light show. Thanks for letting us use, Little Thief. Lang Z says, reject not those who seek the truth. Reject not those that seek the truth. Sick. So keep in mind that I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing this for the truth. Don't worry, I understand. We may have different methods, but our wish is the same. I can't believe what I'm seeing, sir. This space that I'm standing in, it's like I'm out of some crazy dream. Except that this isn't a dream. This is something K's gadget. No, wait, this is exactly like a dream, sir. I've never been so impressed. It's a miracle. Someone sure is easily impressed. I'm so glad you like it. Oh, so this is a product of your gadget? Nah, I wish I had one too. Oh, so this is a product of your gadget? Nah, I wish I had one too. Well, once this is over, I'll let you play with it for a bit if you want. You do that for me, pal? Thanks. Alright, let's wrap this case up already. It's times like these that I wonder if they understand the seriousness of the situation. No, they're just having fun. Alright. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what's happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which is all the more reason I should have been more alert. Yeah. I vowed to never be caught by surprise again. Okay. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea, but I doubt it was someone's bare hands. Okay, then where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with. Why, that would be the broken prop sword.
that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in this hallway. A prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes, although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait, yes, it's possible that the culprit took it with him after using it on me. To leave no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what test do you want to run on this sword? We will test it with luminol. We can't test it for prints because the costume wouldn't have prints on it. The hand. The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Yep. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Ugh. Agent Lei, I ask for your cooperation in this matter. Humph, like I have a choice. Shida! Call the lab boys! Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Broken prop sword data updated in my organizer. Broken prop sword. Culprit hit me in the right temple area with this. Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. And I also could have used the Colin Devore Dozier because he is right-handed. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Me, Miles Edgeworth. It's me. I have to say, it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this. Oh, so what were you thinking about at the time? I don't recall, but I would guess that I was thinking about the kidnapping. Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head. If I had known that at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit? Oh wait, I forgot. It was just a broken prop sword from the previous one. You know, the Bad Badger is pretty bad looking when you see him up close. Well, what you would expect from a character named the Bad Badger. And those sunglasses, wearing them in the dark makes him seem extra bad. Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean? And in the next instant, this badger will swing his left arm, complete with weapon in hand. Yes, to club me with the left side of the prop sword. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pain expression on your face. It's just fine the way it is. Wait. Wait. Maybe not. Is it just my imagination, or is something not quite right? Yeah. Alright. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yes. Yeah, here is where you can present either the broken prop sword or the Colin Devore Dozier. Because yeah, look. He was right-handed. It wasn't Colin. But you can also... This is also right.
Eureka!
Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about this sword. Except for a bit on the left side. This prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side, huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit. I see, but the blood was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword has a large hand guard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands, while wearing a costume with such big hands. Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both hands, it must have been the right. I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing. Not yet, Kate. There's no sense in changing anything yet. If you change the parameters to the right hand, it'd only create a new contradiction. Changing the prop sword to be in the culprit's right hand would conflict with what? You can use three pieces of evidence here. You can use either the missing model gun, the victim's costume, or the Blue Badger Bible.
Take that!
Because yeah, the Bad Badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right. Then what now? If it wasn't in his left or right hand, it means that the one who struck me could not have been the Bad Badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me, which leaves only you as our primary suspect. Fine, it was me. I hit you. It appears that you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance. Wait, isn't Lance left-handed? Ah, yes, but that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. For you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult. But that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Okay, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the Proto-Badger. You got it! Here I go! Yep, it was the Proto-Badger. Da-da-da. Now we have a faithful recreation situation around the attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and...
Not so fast!
And what exactly is so funny, Agent Lang? That amusing little gadget? It sure packs a punch, right, Shina? Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. He and Mr. Edgeworth bring out the best in each other. You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this wolf's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right? Well, when you put it that way, your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There is a trick to this haunted house. And what made that to be exactly? A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Shida! Here you are. Now then, what you missed, girly, is written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. The Disappearing Badger? Gatewater Land is full of mystery. See if you can find and experience them all. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House. What is this? I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. I know a few people that are. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, The blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll. Gate Waterland pamphlet data updated by organizer. Gate Waterland pamphlet. Map and explanation of park attractions listed. How could this be? Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window. Oh, but that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead.
Not so fast!
If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? Hmm. Do you get it now? Thanks to your presumptions. Your logic started off weak and led you to the completely wrong conclusion. Now get off your high horse. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me. You don't know when to quit, do you? Nope. I can't quit. Not until I can declare that I found the truth. Agent Lang, for the additional information, you have my thanks. Oh, the bow. There you go again. Well, see if I care. Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. Oh boy. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go. Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. Indeed. Alright. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Be right back. It's the proto badger it's the proto badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it is Lance. Oh, are you going to get him back? I need not resort to violence when the lawsuit I plan to bring to court will suffice. Really? Because I would totally have decked him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works. Her third statement doesn't seem to be much of benefit to her survival. This is where the proto badger shows up in our recreation. Yes, now the question is, where did he come from? Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. Right. I won't rest. Alright. Here goes. This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house. I bet the one who killed this blue badger was the bad badger, right? According to the blue badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy. All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun? Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the Steel Samurai and the Evil Magistrate. That's so silly. Now then. So, We could deduce something right here. Is this spot somehow connected to any other evidence I hold? Yes. You can use either the Blue Badger Bible or the Badger Photo Rally.
Eureka!
Hold on a second here. There is something wrong with this Blue Badger. Huh? Like what? The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake? That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet. So then, why is the Blue Badger dressed up in reverse? Ah, Blue Badger in reverse. The Blue Badger in the pamphlet is wearing his belt in the reverse direction. Yup. Alright. The Blue Badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular Blue Badger. But why? There must be some sort of explanation. Ah, but there is. Alright. And here we go. We will connect the mirror shards. Like a mirror house haunted house hybrid, this place is full of mirrors. Blue Badger in reverse. The Blue Badger in the pamphlet is wearing his belt in the reverse direction. Hey, do you remember what you said earlier? What I said earlier about what? About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors. A house of mirrors? Oh, that would explain the reversed or mirror image. Yes, this Blue Badger might be nothing more than the reflected image of a real one. Then was the Blue Badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror, oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Okay, this house is just another attraction at an amusement park. They create a mirrored wall for a very specific purpose, one I could point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall.
Take that!
As it's written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true. At the time, however, doing this allows someone to make the Blue Badger disappear in a flash. Move the mirror wall. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway had to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the Blue Badger, they would open the mirror. And then they wanted to hide it. They simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and if the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway, then when the mirror is closed, it will blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Huh? How so? Think about it, Kay. There was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprits kept out of sight by hiding here. Right here. Boom. Right behind the mirror.
Take that!
There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then you wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the Badger doll. He he didn't even need to do anything to the Badger doll, to the Blue Badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, hold on. I just thought of something. Yes. Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? Since we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? Since we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go now. That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Okay, I'd like you to input some new information. Ack! Don't scare me like that. Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway, just before I entered the dining room. You got it. Now this, I believe this is how it was right before I entered the dining room. Although at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then, I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then? Yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then, when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist. Okay, please recreate that. Got it. Wait, well, with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding spot. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit, Mr. Edgeworth? Ha, that's easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice, but this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw and the recreation lies. It would be over here. The empty, straight corridor.
Take that!
Hey, take a good look at the end of the hall. Oh, there's no blue badger there. Exactly. The blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic. The last remaining contradiction. So let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger. That would be either the victim's costume or Mr. Deacon's murder note. Yep.
Take that!
The badger I saw was, in actuality, The dead victim's body. Game, set, and match. It's over. Oh, what? Agent Lang, the entirety of my complete logic is my final, decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off, and you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death for Mr. Deacon. No! Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken. Ha! You were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot?
Objection!
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I presume. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshots must have blended right in. Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano! And there's the breakdown. I'm sorry. Little crybaby punk. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. Hang on, everybody. Huh. All right. It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. I fought back as hard as I could, grabbed his gun, and I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself. That remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Lang, I leave the rest to you. As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. The dad? Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you can cover for your son, punk. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Truly touching. Grr. By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You wound me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. You came to see me? What's that supposed to be? I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Amano, about a case from 10 years ago. A case from 10 years ago. Oh, what's the name that you use here for that case? Tina! It's known as the KG-8 incident. Oh, a case that was referenced in the first case of this game. Huh? Why are you sweating? The KG-8 incident. Oh, so you remember it. Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring. Smuggling. There's that word again. We learned that word from case 2 yesterday. At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Amano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Devilray. Ah, father. Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Devilray. I always suspected that you were involved in the smuggling ring, Mr. Amano. Mr. Devilray was arrested in place of you. Which is why, when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence on your little dirty secret. Now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway for a nice long chat. Hold it. What? What the? Who the heck was that? Oh, look. It's Portsman and Buddy Faith. Reminder, these cases take place in chronological order, by the way. I'll take him down to the precinct, if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off of my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the backing of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you can please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors. The whole lot of you. Damn. Guys, arrest the 2 suspects. Sir. Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you. Thank me? Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal. Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean? You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you? The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow. Heh. It's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano and the smuggling ring, right? No. No. I would never do such a thing. What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. Except they are. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring. Ah. So Agent Lang suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude. On top of that, Your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? Your mentor was Satan. Oh no. Wow. They sure bring up Manfred von Karma a lot. Alright. There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not twisting the truth behind those closed courtroom doors too, are you? The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed. Well, don't worry. It's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. A prosecutor who never lost in 40 years? Every defendant must be found guilty? Fueled by that kind of thinking. Is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies? It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the courts. Why is this man so angry with us all? Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So don't you forget it. Please wait. Agent Shidna. Why does Agent Lang hate all prosecutors so? Lang is the head of the long-honored House of Lang in Zhangfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Lang blood. Where? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Lang detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Lang family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Lang will never respect the courts again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Lang is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors. Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we better catch up. Yeah, we've still got to deliver that thing to the old man. After all, that thing, old man. Hmm. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves. Yeah, me too. Yeah, are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth? No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's all right with you, can you drop me off at my office? No problem, sir. Excuse me. Yes, what is it? Um, that is, thank you very much. Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective. I guess I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Yeah. Oh, cruel fate. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. Oh, I knew it. A failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Mr. Pop. Miss Pops. Miss Pops. I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance. which means that from the beginning, he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he? I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Devilray into cooperating. Father, as a felon, he could not tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shape of his overflowing love for you. Oh, go on, speak your mind. That is, thank you very much. You're welcome, although there is no need to thank me. Ah, no, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Looks like you've completely stolen her away, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to go, sir. Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief. What are you going on about now? Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just going to have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know. What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl? Humph, looks like you totally forgot me too. Gummy. Gummy! Gummy? Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promise I return this to you one day, remember? That's... That single piece of cloth took me back, far into my past, to that fateful day 7 years ago, when I first met the then Child K and Detective Gumshoe. Well, look at that. The end. Finally. Wow. A little bit longer than the last two, than yesterday's case. Yep. Kidnap Turnabout. Alright, so, and with that, ah man, I am 3 hours late for dinner, but that's fine. It's all good. It's all great. I will be doing episode 4 tomorrow. Turnabout Remnants. Alright. It wasn't really Heihachi Mishima. It was Shilong Lang. Hey, look. Who's that Pokemon? Is it Rick Bumshoe or something? I don't know. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me, everybody. That was fun. New items unlocked. So, before I head on out of here, it's, you know, that thing I love to do, trivia time. So let's see. Um, all right. Oh no, I touched something. Never mind. Anyway, um, let's see. Let's see. This is the kidnapped turnabout. All right. So, so let me see here. So there is a lot of game over sequences, of course, in every case, which I haven't bothered to check. So you can get a game over before escaping the isolation room. Edgeworth and Faraday admit defeat and wait for the police to free them. After escaping the isolation room, but before Devil Ray's body is discovered, Lang returns and forces Edgeworth to leave. Edgeworth tries to explain that he is involved in the case's Lance, but Lang tells him to go back to his precious courtroom. After Devil Ray's body is discovered, but before Meekins is accused, Lang returns, notices Edgeworth with the body, and asks him to remove himself. Edgeworth insists that his discovery of the body should allow him to participate in the investigation, but Lang pulls rank on him and tells him to go back to the courtroom. While in the Wild West area, after Meekins has been accused, Lang arrests Meekins and leaves, with Meekins crying out to Edgeworth in desperation. Thank you, Maverick. I just got done completing the third case. Let me see. While in the stadium, before Lang arrives or while in the kidnapper's hideout, Lang appears early and announces Meekins' arrest, refusing to let Edgeworth change his mind. While in the stadium, after Lang arrives, he suggests putting a stop to Edgeworth's quibbling and leaves it to Edgeworth to resolve the case in court, before ordering his subordinates to arrest Meekins. While at the entrance before Ernest arrives, Lang arrests Pops, stating that Edgeworth's half-baked logic needs more time in the oven. Edgeworth tries to protest, but Pops insists that she pay for her actions. After Ernest arrives with Devil Ray's costume, Lance decides that Edgeworth is wasting everyone's time, seeing as he doesn't have any evidence. Ernest decides to let the courts resolve all remaining issues. A few days later, Lance is acquitted of all charges due to a lack of evidence. So, when we found the cactus in the Wild West, there was a commemorative plaque stating that it was donated by the police force. And Edgeworth remembers seeing a cactus farm somewhere in the local police station. That was a reference to Jake Marshall. Jake Marshall, a cowboy-themed detective that Phoenix Wright encountered in Rise from the Ashes. And the logo of the Gaviners can be seen on the backdrop of the stadium area stage, along the band's instruments. All signs of the band's presence are removed when the stage is returned to its state during the murder. Signs promoting Troop Grammari and Max Galactica can also be found in the stadium area. And if Edgeworth presents the wrong evidence when arguing with Lang, Lang will rate his logic 0 out of 10, at which point Edgeworth rebuts that it is worth at least a 6.8 out of 10. This may be a reference to a point in Bridge to the Turnabout when Phoenix Wright calls Maya Fey a 6.8 out of 10 on the weirdness scale when compared to Elise Donin. The Proto-Badger that Edgeworth encounters in the isolation room is strongly insinuated to be the bellboy from the Gatewater Hotel, due to his formal manner that he at one point says, "Absolutely," a phrase that the bellboy had previously used and then started to be an endearing habit of his. And at the Gatewater Land main gate, the dancing blue badger is present. Edgeworth is disturbed by its movements and how it managed to obstruct an investigation. This is a reference to Rise of the Ashes, where the same blue badger blocked the view of an individual's face in security footage. Yep, I knew it. So whenever Faraday took a photograph of a badger, she says, "Badger, get." That's likely a reference to the text that appears in the original Japanese version of Super Mario Sunshine, when collecting a shine sprite would cause the words "shine, get" to appear on the screen. And in the original Japanese dialogue for the kidnapped Turnabout, she says the badger name Geto. Badger Geto. each time she takes a photo. When Faraday takes a picture of the pink badger, Edgeworth briefly wonders to himself what Kay sees in the photo rally, thinking, Badger, 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 Badger. This is a reference to the animated meme Badgers by John T. Picking. When Edgeworth accuses Lance of the murder, he says, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with the revolver in the haunted house. This is similar to what is said when a player makes an accusation on the board game Cluedo, because it's also called Cluedo, I believe, in the UK. Example given. I suggest it was Mrs. White in the hall with the candlestick. The revolver is even one of the possible murder weapons in the board game. That's right. That's cute. Oh, Kay Faraday, despite being very enthusiastic about photographing all four of the Badger family, is never shown to have gotten the final photograph that she needed of the bad Badger. I mean, there was a case to solve. A dolphin show attraction for Gatewater Land was planned, including a dolphin trainer named Inukai Ruka, who would force Edgeworth to befriend a dolphin to get her to testify. Aww. I guess they used that bit for um whatchamacallit, Dual Destinies, the fifth game of the series. With the whale. And then I did spot the cameo of Phoenix, Maya, and Pearl. Oh, what's this? The contradiction between the bloodstain on the sword and the hand with which the bad badger would have had to strike Edgeworth is solved if one considers that the bad badger could have employed a backhand strike. Nonetheless, for Lance's explanation that Oliver Deacon had struck Edgeworth, Deacon would have had no particular reason to do so. Okay. And now for some name trivia. Hope I do Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton? Unlikely. I don't really have an interest because I think, I don't know. I know I've heard so many people say you can play that as a standalone feature without, like, for example, case in my point, if I were to play, like, if I never played a Professor Layton game, I think I might still enjoy it just as an Ace Attorney game, but I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be doing that. And also, well, I don't know much about, I haven't really looked into 3DS, whatchamacallit, emulation. So, I'm afraid I won't be doing that. Because unless I were to play the rest of the series of, Professor Layton, I would like to understand both Professor Layton and Luke. Like, I would like to know the context of them. Like, I know they have stories and puzzles. And I know most of the series is on DS and Switch. I know there's a new one coming on Steam eventually. But that's, like, too much. I don't know. I'm kind of, like, not interested at the moment. And, the way things are going, Prosecutor's Gambit next month is going to be my last Ace Attorney game. And then in October, I will be playing Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective, which is by the same creator. So, there's that. And now for some name trivia. Ernest Armano, his English surname is a shortened version of his Japanese one. His full English name may also be a play on Earnest Man, or Man of Ernest, an ironic name for such a corrupt character. Yes, I never played Ghost Trick either. The only context I know about Ghost Trick is one, Shu Takumi made it. Two, there's a dog named Missile. He's a Pomeranian, and that's about the only thing I know. And I've been dying to get that game for a good while, and I finally did. I got it for a good price, stranger. A couple sales back. That's definitely going to be one of my October games. Let's see. Jui. So Ernest Amano's Japanese name is Juichiro Amanogawa. His Japanese surname, Amanogawa, is pronounced the same as Amanogawa, uh, Heavenly River, the Japanese word for the Milky Way. Lance Amano, his English surname is a shortened version of his Japanese counterparts. And his full English name may be a play on Lost Man. Lance Amano, Lance, Lost, Amano, Man, because he was a lost man at the time, except he staged his own kidnapping. So he's a punk. His Japanese name, Amanogawa. Hikaru may come from Hikoboshi, cow herder star, the Japanese name for the star Altair. According to the story of Tanabata, the Japanese star festival, Hikoboshi and Orihime, weaving princess, the Japanese name for the star Vega, are lovers only allowed to meet once a year on the seventh day of the seventh lunar month of the lunisolar calendar. They are separated by the Milky Way for the rest of the year. The Japanese name of Lauren Pops is Himiko Orito. When written in the as when written in the Asian format of family name first, it becomes Orito Himiko, likely meant to be a play on Orihime. Oh, and Lance is the only killer in the game who is not directly involved with the smuggling ring. However, his father is closely associated with its leader. Lance, taking advantage of Lauren Pops' infatuation with him in order to get her to help with a fake kidnapping plot, bears some resemblance to Dahlia Hawthorne's manipulation of Terry Falls in her kidnapping. So, Colin Devoret, Oliver Deacon. Deacon is a Christian title, the meaning of which comes from the ancient Greek word diakonos, meaning servant, reflecting his position as a butler. Colin Devoret is an anagram of Oliver Deacon. Okay, that's cool. So in both the Japanese and English versions, Devoret's alias is an anagram of his real name, Sumio Kurama, Masumi Ogura. So his first name in the Japanese version, Sumio, means pure husband, referencing his faith for his family. His surname, Kurama, has the kanji for moth and horse, respectively, which is a subtle reference to the Pegasus pendant he divided to give to Lauren and himself. Aww. K. Faraday. K is used in a similar way to Phoenix Wright's surname, in that it is used in puns like, you can call me K, K. It may also be a reference to the key in her hair. Faraday may come from Michael Faraday, a famous chemist and physicist, or the Faraday cage. Alternatively, Faraday could be a reference to Inspector Faraday, a character from the Boston Blackie franchise. The character of Boston Blackie was a thief turned detective, similar to how Kay aids Miles Edgeworth in his investigation. Her full English name may be a play on OK for a day. And her Japanese name is Mikumo Ichijo. The literal translation for her Japanese name, Mikumo, is beautiful cloud, with the cloud patterns on her vest being a reference to this. Shi Long Lei. His Japanese name, I mean, excuse me, his English name is the Mandarin Chinese reading of the kanji that makes up his Japanese name, Shiryu. Shiryu is composed of the characters Shi, meaning warrior, and Ryu, meaning dragon, with the latter being referenced via the dragon on his jacket. And then the same character is used in Phoenix Wright's Japanese given name of Ryuichi. Ro means wolf. Lauren Pops. Her English name, Lauren Pops, is a play on lollipops. And this is more obvious if her nickname Lolly is used instead. A reference to the lollipop ring that she wears. Ring pop. Pops could also be a shortened form for pauper, a poor person, since her family is less well off compared to the Amano family. Himiko Orito? Yeah, right, yeah, I read that. Orito, Himiko. It's a meant to be a play on Orihime, literally meaning weaving princess. Japanese star for, yeah, yeah. According to the story of Inabata, Japanese Star Festival, Orihime Hikoboshi, tell her to start. They're lovers that are only allowed to meet once a year on the seventh day of the seventh lunar month of the solar calendar. They're separated by the Milky Way for the rest of the year. Haikaru, Lantamano's Japanese names like they are meant to be a play on Hikoboshi. Alright, yeah, yeah. Okay. Alright. And that ends my little trivia section. Alright, everybody. I am going to finally go. Oh boy. Of course, a few fun facts are going to tack on to my hours. Yay, look at that, everybody. I did an 8-hour stream. Teehee, teehee. Anywho, um, I'm going to go to so many channels. I have so many channels to go to. But I'm going to be rating on out to somebody else. Because I'm going to be expected to help a certain individual elsewhere. So here goes. I would like to think first, I know who I'm going to read on out to. I'm going to read on out to Big Top Tanuki. He is continuing um Mina the Hollower. Kentaro, Big Top Tanuki, he's cool. I like him. He's awesome. And yeah, I'm entertained by him. Nice VTuber as well. Nice fun redeems. He's got the whole circus theme going for him, and he will accentuate his voice. You get to listen to the dulcet tones of a tanuki, as he would say, something like that. But anywho, before I head on out, I would like to thank the following. I would like to thank. It's a bit of a short list, but hey, better than no list. I'd like to thank Chuckman, Mastery Master, Red X Charlie, Gargoyle, Zofar, and Maverick. And to anybody else out there that may have been lurking to my channel, thanks for lurking my channel. I appreciate the lurks. All right, so, hmm, all right. Let me bust out jam. There we go. I'm gonna get the raid ready, and I'm gonna go eat food. All right, everybody. Thank you all for watching. And remember to go in peace. And guess what, everybody? Tomorrow, I'll see you all in court tomorrow. Because tomorrow is actually going to take place in the courthouse. Get hyped for that. Yeah, imagine that. We're going to finally go back to the courthouse. So look forward to that. And maybe we'll see, well, you'll find out. You'll, it's a good case. You're welcome, Maverick. Huh.